No, yeah, that makes sense. My mom was recently actually she was showing me that, like how she makes the what's it called, the chipotle sauce. I forgot how she told me she did it, but I think tastes crazy. I think it's amazing. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like I never had chicken like that. I mean, you obviously you have chicken in chipotle, but it's like it don't taste like you doing it personally. You know, I feel like in chipotle it's like a watered down taste of everything. Still pretty good though. I like chipotle over pretty much any other type of restaurant. Honestly, nah, that's not true. Shake Shack. Nah, yeah, Shake Shack is wavy. What was the other one? I used to go to one of them a lot. Not Shake Shack. It used to be. I forgot what it's called. I forgot what it's called. It's like Smash Burger. There you go. Smash Burger. That place was wavy when I used to go there all the time. Nah, yeah, that place was wavy. But that's pretty much the only places I would eat out. Is like Chipotle, Smash Burger, maybe Shake Shack. Nothing else. No McDonald's, no Taco Bell. I'd be throwing up sometimes when I be eating that. Yeah, yeah, I can't have the sauce that's creamy like that. It gotta be like without dairy in it. You know what's crazy? I tried barbecue sauce for the first time the other day. Yo, y'all gonna be like, there's no way. Nah, yeah. I tried it for the first time the other day, and nah, that was wavy. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I've been missing out. You know what's so funny? When I was younger, I wouldn't eat barbecue sauce, and I know you're probably gonna tell me it's the same shit, but I used to what you call it. I used to get the barbecue chips, and I would like crush it up, and I literally eat that with the food. Like that was the only way I could have like something barbecue because I don't like liquidy type of stuff. You feel me? Like it's just nah. I don't really like stuff like that. I'm not talking about it has to be dry, right? Right? Not some something crazy dry, but just something decent. Not where it's like over the top, you could say. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people hate getting tomatoes on their sandwiches. I started noticing. You know, it's the weirdest thing is I'm fine with eating tomatoes on my sandwich, but I'm not fine with eating any other type of like like anything that makes like the food moist. Like I just hate that. I don't like it. Anyways, we were talking about fast food restaurants because honestly, that's the one group of companies that I haven't really looked into too much. And food is always going to be here. You're always going to have food companies. You're always going to have companies that are practically just, always growing, always expanding. Of course, they're going to have some hurdles that they're going to face and they're going to have to deal with. But the point that I'm trying to make right now is that food is something that's going to last almost forever if you really think about it. It's a really good industry to invest into. It's very consistent in most cases. Now it's becoming a little bit inconsistent because of. Let me show you real quick. Let's go to Chipotle, just so I could show you some of the names we have here. I actually have no idea where I put it. I think it was probably maybe like up here, something like that. CMG. There it is. All right, so this is Chipotle. after they did their split, they pretty much have just been like their stock just like died practically. So again, after they did a split, what does a split mean? A split basically means if there's 1 million shares that are currently available on the whole entire exchange, the whole entire world, they basically diluted it and made it so that now there's 2 million shares that are available. When you dilute a company, you usually have to result. Usually the result is kind of a trend that's very bittersweet. It kind of changes the whole trajectory of a company, as you could see. Look at Chipotle since the beginning of time. How it ran up, fell. And then look at this right here. That could be a problem, you know? So, yeah, we'll have to see. Unfortunately, the only time I would really advise some trading, like back and forth, whether or not you're trying to play calls and puts, is either at the top all the way up here at 61 or all the way down here at the bottom at like 40. You said Chili's? So that's their stock? That's actually kind of crazy. Oh, you said Chills. Your buddy got it at 128. Or maybe you said Chili's. But your buddy got it. Your buddy basically bought it at 128. That's not bad. That's a really good price. He's up $40. Depending on how many shares he got, if he used margin, he's probably up a little bit more. No, that's awesome. So yeah, let's build a little watch list here for these companies. Let's go ahead and create another list. Let's actually create it right here next to Chipotle. Let's add a section. This section is going to be restaurants. So let's go ahead and put this here. So this is going to be restaurants. Let's go ahead and add everything. Restaurants and like all food. All stocks associated with food. So the first stock I'm going to search up from the top of my memory is going to be, unfortunately, McDonald's. Excuse me. Let's go get some McDonald's. McDonald's futures? What in the world? Why do they have a McDonald's futures? Is that real? Wait, let me check that real quick. That's actually kind of funny. Why do they have a McDonald's futures? No data here. Yeah, I guess they don't. I was about to say. Okay, so let's get another one. Let's get Chili's from John. Boom. What else do we have? Let me think. Shake Shack. Let's add that. Smash Burger. Let's see if they got a stock. It's private. Smash Burger's private. Alright, let's go to the next one. What else can I remember? Does Taco Bell have a stock? Taco Bell. So a comp group at KFC and Taco Bell expected to continue runs on 3 of those. What in the world? Wait a second. Yeah, no, yeah, I was just about to say that, John. Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. That's crazy. I didn't know they own all 3 of them. That is wild, actually. Let me see. It's just called Yum. Type of name. Alright. Let's see what other stocks we have here. You guys got any ideas? What are you guys thinking over there? Okay. Starbucks. Starbucks Corporation. And we got Chipotle, we got Yum, QSR. You have Domino's Pizza, DPZ, Texas Roadhouse. I'm just gonna choose the ones with the biggest market cap, pretty much. Everything that has a smaller market cap than $1 billion, we're not gonna add it. Oh, Cheesecake Factory. I know people like to go there. Cheesecake Factory. Shake Shack, we already have that. Wingstop. So we got Wingstop now. Alright, what else can we add? What's DRI? DRI, Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse. Okay. DRI. It's not bad, it's pretty good. I don't want to add just nonsense. That's basically what I'm trying to avoid here. I don't understand. How the hell does the market cap of McDonald's, how is it that high? They should not have that. I mean, I know they have a crazy amount of stores nationwide and worldwide, but that is a little bit absurd in my opinion. Like literally, McDonald's market cap is like times 10 of. It's like McDonald's by itself almost has the same market cap as. It's not even almost. It is way more. It's like, imagine all these restaurants. Taco Bell. What was this one again? DRI? DRI is Longhorn Steakhouse and all those other ones. Olive Garden. Imagine you group up all those companies. The only ones that we're not grouping up is Starbucks, Chipotle, and you could say Taco Bell. If we don't include those three names, McDonald's has the same market cap as like 20 stocks right here. 20 to like 40, 50 stocks. So this is absurd. Like, this is really crazy. Let me actually check McDonald's stock real quick. Where is it at? And by the way, I know why. If you didn't know, McDonald's owns all their land. That's one of the reasons why McDonald's makes so much money. If you guys didn't know that from before. Like, I know that, but there's no way that just because of real estate, just because of them owning their land, that they're able to just profit like that compared to anybody else. People would have tried to do the same thing McDonald's is doing in terms of progress or growth, and you don't really see it. Besides, like, maybe like Burger King and a few other names.
Because they can't do it. Nobody can copy McDonald's. Nobody can copy or beat McDonald's.
Well, that's
because they came up with the ultimate fucking combo meals and everything else.
No, yeah, like the combo meals was definitely a really good thing that McDonald's did compared to anybody else. They definitely do it better than people. Like with the kids' toys and stuff like that. Like I remember when I was younger,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I always wanted to go to McDonald's for like those toys and for the food. It was pretty good back then. Like now, the only thing that McDonald's does is insane is they just own their land. So because they own their land, they're not paying rent. They're not, leasing it out. They're not. I mean, some spots they probably do, of course, right? But
yeah, but they have a following from generations.
oh no, of course. But now, in terms of just my generation, none of my friends. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they do eat it and they don't really say nothing. But whenever I ask my friends, like, none of them be eating McDonald's and stuff no more. Like, no more McDonald's. Maybe Taco Bell once in a while, but other than that, not really.
Yeah, but you got to think about all of the families, all the single moms, all the single dads, all the families.
Right?
What do y'all want to eat? I don't feel like cooking. Let's go to fucking McDonald's.
Yeah, but I mean, now it's
Like,
very
has
expensive.
yeah, true,
That
true.
shit is, bro, you could spend the same amount buying groceries now and probably make more food.
Oh hell yeah. Well, then again, I don't know.
Not yet, it's expensive over here, bro.
Yeah, no, you can't. You're right.
Like, bro, like, you get a large fry, that's like $6 right there. Plus your burger, right? That's already over $10. Plus a drink, that's like $14, $15. And then if you have kids, you're damn near spending like $50 to like $60 on McDonald's now. When you used to only spend like $20 for all the food.
Yep.
Unless everybody eats like a gerbil, of course, or everybody shares their food, you could probably manage, definitely. But yeah,
They still got the dollar menu.
I don't think so no more. Honestly, I could be wrong though. Maybe sometimes they be bringing it back. The last time I went, I don't think I saw. No, yeah, like that. But you know what's the craziest part is about the fish sandwich thing? Whatever the hell they brought back, the snack wrap. All I
Oh
saw was
yeah.
people talking mad trash about McDonald's for like 2 weeks straight. I mean, of course, people are gonna buy it because it's McDonald's, right? But I literally did not see a single positive thing about that release, which is pretty terrible. I mean, if it's bad, it's probably still gonna be good for them, right? Sometimes bad publicity is still gonna help them grow because people are now gonna want to try it, and now they're gonna be curious to see if all these people were kind of like lying or whatnot, I guess. So it does help,
I
I
mean, it's a
guess.
snack wrap. I never thought it was anything like what's so special about a snack wrap?
No, that's what I'm
It's
saying,
lettuce,
bro.
potato, and a chicken finger, like in a wrap, in a taco. Like that's all it
And a
is.
taco wrap from the supermarket down the block.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never understood what's so special about that.
I honestly like that's how I eat a lot of my food. Like I love eating chicken with like wrapped up in bread with like rice and something
Yeah,
inside too. Like that. Oh man, that's I can't get it. I can't get tired of that.
yeah, I
Let me.
love tacos.
Oh hell yeah. 100%. Chicken, beef. I feel like they're all wavy. The only one that I haven't tried yet is like probably like some other type of like when fish said that when John said like the fish tacos, I was like, you know what? I never had something like that.
No,
Nah. Like imagine putting
oh,
like
bro.
lobster. Like you think lobster would taste good with bread?
Yeah, lobster rolls.
I never tried that, but I want to try that now.
Um,
I gotta try it now.
you eat mayo? You
Nah,
can't.
but
You
I
can't.
I'll try it.
No, mayo's not dairy. They have dairy-free mayo.
Yeah, it's like
The,
eggs.
no, dairy's mayo's eggs.
Yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, you could have that.
yeah. It's just like I told you before. Like I'm really like skittish when it comes to trying like new sauces and shit like that. Like you gotta.
Oh no, no, no. It's real simple. lobster, crumbled bacon. Mix that up with some mayo, a couple seasonings.
Hmm.
Take a take a You could either take a New England hot dog roll. You know what I'm saying? Toast
Yeah.
that up. A little bit of shredded lettuce. Boom, done.
No tomatoes?
I mean, if you want,
Do you like tomatoes or not?
I do. My wife hates it, but she'll eat salsa.
Oh, it's not John's making it right now.
What, the lobster rolls?
I think the the fish Doritos covered chicken.
Oh, that's what's up.
Nah, yeah, that chicken looks good.
That's
That
what's
bread
up.
looks good too. That looks like a that's like a sturdy piece of bread right there. Some of these pieces of bread, bro, you grab that thing is ripping 5, 6 pieces. Nah, yeah, that looks good. That's also another thing I want to try, honestly. I never really
Okay.
tried like honey. Honey with things?
I mean, I guess, it's honey.
You never try honey?
Yeah, all the time.
The reasons why I tried
But I
it,
mean,
I'm not happy about. I don't have any good experiences with honey.
yeah, we're gonna leave that alone.
Yeah. All right, let me. I'll be right back. Let me get some water. Alright, I'm back. Alrighty. You said smoked and fried? You said you're ready to move to the Philippines and open a restaurant? Honestly, I want to do that in Japan. I want to move to Japan. Be able to have money coming in from just trading and other stuff where the restaurant doesn't need to be profitable and just do it for fun. Like a nice restaurant, some good views, quiet little town or something like that. Nah, yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, you're pretty much just killing all value right now on the spy. So, all we're going to do here is we're going to see if they're just going to crash the market from 631. If not, wait for 632, 634. And then we're going to buy some puts up there. How far out? We'll probably go maybe... What I'm thinking, honestly, for the first set of puts that we buy here, let's think. Let's think for a second. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta take this damn medicine. Alright, that water is way too cold. Eternity passes. Goddamn hangover. That movie's stuck in my head. I was watching some of the like the funny moments from it. Nah, yeah, that movie's amazing. By the way, you're at the first target. This is a must pop order. Yeah, I don't think I've been there. Rice with everything? Nah, yeah, I don't think I've been there. That looks similar to like a KFC. The way the chicken looks. Honestly, I like KFC, but I don't know. Something about it. Something about it. Those biscuits are wavy. But I don't know. Something about that chicken. Nah, yeah, I feel like the chicken got worse. Like, it's not the same. The same. It's kind of funny because it's the same. I feel like Popeyes and KFC are very similar to one another. Good old Popeyes. It depends where you get your Popeyes at, honestly. Because some of them are really good. Those fries? Nah, yeah, the Popeye fries? Whew. I'm not gonna lie to ya. Does Popeyes have a stock? Let's check. Where's Popeyes? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Add symbol. Pop eyes. Popeyes. Nope. No Popeyes. Is that how you spelled it? Am I bugging? Pop EYES. Yes. Yeah, I don't think they have a stock. Maybe it's a different. They closed half of their stores for Popeyes. I think I heard of that. I forgot about that though. Popeyes, yeah, so it's private. Oh, wait. Popeyes Louisiana Kitchen is not a publicly traded company, therefore does not have its own stock. However, it is owned by Restaurant Brands International, RBI, and QSR, which is a publicly traded company. So that makes sense. RBI. Let's go ahead and add it. RBI. RBI. Is this the right one? RBI. What is it called again? RBI. Restaurant Brands International. Let's make sure we add the right one. Restaurant Brands International. Probably this one. Let me just add that for a second. And then the other ticker was called QSR. So let's go to QSR. I think that's the right one actually. QSR. Restaurant Brands International. Yeah. So we already added that. We're going to go ahead and remove RBI. Restaurant wait, no way. Wait a second. QSR. There it is. Okay, so that's perfect. We'll remove this one right here. I have no idea what this is. So just with these companies right here, I feel like these are good enough. We could just use these companies for now for restaurants and trade them as we go. Because if you literally just buy every single one of these restaurant companies and you're just holding it for the past couple years, I think we all can see that if I just quickly shift from stock to stock, they're all literally in the sky. Because, you know, it's food. Food is always going to make money. Everything is practically still in the sky. Some stocks are a little bit less than others, like Starbucks, QSR, I guess. It's not really at the high. Yum, which is Taco Bell and all those other things. Shake Shack. No, yeah, that's also another thing. Like the meats, like there's this company named Miso something, and they are a robotics company that's developing robots that fix food and do all that stuff. So there's going to be multiple forms. You're going to have humanoid robots that walk around, and you're also going to have standstill that are kind of like locked in motion type of robots. So what I'm wondering is, where are all those people going to go? Because there's definitely going to be more robots that take over the dynamic. But what about the people? Because that means that in the midst, if you really think about it, like right now, everybody think about it for a second. Close your eyes, right? If there's going to be a shift in what people do in terms of work, and restaurants is a large portion of that, that would mean that there's probably going to be another sector that's going to be created where those people flood into that thing. Meaning, those people still have to work and make money. So you're probably going to get a shift in terms of resources and a change in terms of a sector maybe, and we could probably follow that. Just follow the dots, follow the trail, and see if we can just keep profiting off of this going into the future here. Because we could profit with the actual restaurants, because they're going to be, you know, wasting less money, less problems, less lawsuits, less this, less that. Things of that nature, right? You can open your eyes again. I'm just playing. Imagine. Euro USD is now shooting up into the sky, everybody. So this is excellent. I could definitely see you running up higher. I wonder, is SPY still running up right now? Don't tell me SPY's still running up right now. So you fell from in between 4 and 3 back down to 3. You're holding on 3. So we'll see if you just run above to number 4. You're very close to it still. Robots are coming for the fast food. No, yeah, that is a problem. Oh, universal basic income? Hell no. Oh, hell no. I hope they do not do that. You create something like that, and I promise you, this whole entire country is going downhill. I mean, it's already going downhill. But at least there's some type of rebuilding going on. But with us having such a high debt ceiling, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the amount of money we pay per year just in interest to ourselves because we owe ourselves, it's just so stupid. This is supposed to be economics 101, and they're playing with this thing like it's monopoly money, pretty much. There is no structure to this at all, which means eventually, I mean, something grave is going to happen to the financial system. I can expect a whole entire war being created, like a whole entire civil war, just due to what they're doing. They're just going to keep going, and eventually something's going to snap going into the future here. It's probably going to be when the supercomputers and robots come out, because now you can't hide your information. Now one person's computer could break down the whole entire internet and have a proper way of kind of perceiving the information to predict what's going to happen next. 100%. There's going to be a giant shift. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see. Universal base income, that's disgusting. I don't think we want that over here. They might as well make it so that healthcare is free. Instead of, yeah. That's a whole problem if they try to do that. I would much rather them make healthcare free or give people free schooling, free college. That's how you actually help people. You don't just throw money at them because you know they're stupid and they're not taught correctly. They're not educated. So they're not going to put that money into a good place or help themselves. In fact, they're just going to trap themselves. Just like most people that have food stamps. A lot of those people, they advance in life and they don't need to be getting food stamps no more. But yet they still take from the system. People who don't need it no more. You know? Literally trap themselves and they make themselves feel stuck. It's terrible. Because if they put that same amount of money from food stamps and from all these different things that they fund in this government, I literally kid you not, if you do the math and you do the numbers, go ask ChatGPT if you guys want. Do the math, do the numbers, see how much it adds up to. And what you're going to find is that what they could have done with that was give people, for instance, public schools, free lunch. Right? There was proper lunch.
That's being changed.
Say that again?
All that's being changed.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just terrible. Because even when my family had that, it was just like, this is just stupid. And then, you know, you have some stuff going on with COVID. Now they're giving people 1,000 here, 2,000 here for food. And, you know, this person is getting like 3,000 on their EBT. And I'm just like, bro, like, what are y'all doing? Y'all can't just be throwing money like this at people who have no idea how to use it. And then half the people that are using EBT, I don't know if you noticed right now, but in New York, there's so many like federal investigators that are going to all the delis, and half of these delis are scamming people. Meaning, if you have EBT, you can only buy stuff with your EBT, right? Well, they'll go to a deli, they'll be like, I bet I want $100 for my EBT card, and you could take $20. So they'll pay the person behind the cash register just so they could take out EBT money and turn it into cash. Like, I see this shit happen all the day, like all the damn time. All the time, I'm telling ya. 90% of people who have that.
That's been going on for years, though.
That's what I'm saying, and it's like,
yeah, that's been going on before it went on to the EBT.
Like when they had the WIC. Because I think that's
like actual paper food stamps, like
yeah.
that. That's nothing new. They've been selling shit like that. they're trying to get it to where they're monitoring the EBT now. Or first of all, the people who are just sitting on their ass not doing anything,
Yeah.
they're gonna lose it. The people that are actually working,
Yeah, like they're trying.
yeah, they're gonna they're gonna be receiving food stamps and stuff like that for so because they have jobs and everything else.
Yeah, that's proper right there. I like that. I would have no problem with
Yeah.
that at all. Like that would be a step forward. And then the next step would be to use that money and actually fund things that are going to change people's lives. Fund schools correctly, fund public schools, give them the right teachers that have the right experiences that can deal with these children and actually guide them, guide the next generation properly. They could start there. The homeless stuff, we both know and we all know they're not going to fix that. 90% of the money that gets thrown into the homeless stuff is just to pay people, just to pay the government workers, just to pay the buildings, the factories, the whatever you want to call them, wherever those people are sleeping, wherever they're trying to help them, wherever they're trying to aid them with drugs. 90% of that money is going to something that's just worthless. It's not actually helping the problem. That's the one issue that I have with most parts of this government. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Because
I mean, the
it's
homeless
both
problem
sides.
can be eradicated. Just get rid of all the damn illegals and give the homeless people what they had.
But the
Within
problem,
moderation, of course.
no, yeah, but the problem is like the real way to solve homelessness is actually a very simple thing. I forgot who told me. We had a nice one-on-one and we were going and we were talking about this one situation. It was called Rat's Paradise. I forgot who I was talking about that with. But in Rat's Paradise, they gave a rat heroin, I think. And it was by itself, so it had to choose between heroin or food. It would choose heroin 90% of the time. They added more rats to a section, and instead of that rat even worrying about the heroin and choosing between that and food, it would stop choosing it completely. It would actually like to be around the other rats. It wants companions. So simply, to fix homelessness, most people are not going to want to do this because they have too much things they're doing in their life and they have too much things they're worried about. But they just need a friend. If there could be some type of a buddy system where you're paying people handsomely to help one person and they can truly help them within a month, within 4 weeks, give them a buddy, give them somebody that they can call, talk to, give them a community, fund a certain amount of homes, maybe make it real nice, like a paradise almost. And yeah, I feel like the problem will change. They're not going to want to do drugs no more because they're going to see that they want to live now. So like that's like one way where they could fix it, but that's like its whole, like a whole industry in itself that hasn't been created yet. I mean, on the micro scale it has, right? With people who have money and they were just trying to work on something or test something. But for how like I want to go about doing it, it's a lot of work. It's not going to be easy at all. It's going to be probably one of the hardest things I ever try to work on. Because you could do it at a micro scale and like talk to some of the people. Because that's all they want. I swear to God. That's all they want. Just to talk to people. Most people don't want to talk to them though, of course. Just because of how they dress, how they look. And yeah, it's just sad. It's just very sad. Because a lot of these people, they're suffering. They just weren't guided correctly. Or they chose to make those decisions. They screwed up their life, right? But they just never had nothing that could snap them back in order. Or maybe they were just being blind. Maybe they were just being true, abnormal situations against society. Meaning they're not being civil. They're not trying to be normal. Some people are like that. They're just crazy. But I don't think it's going to be that hard to, figure out who's crazy and who's not. If you simply just bring people on test runs and try to help them out. Like when you go on YouTube, if you search up people trying to help homeless, the way they help these people is terrible. Some of them help them in a really nice fashion where they actually give themselves a buddy, like where they feel like a buddy, they feel like a friend. And I noticed some people that just throw people like money people's way, like they'll give them an apartment, right? They'll give them money, they'll give them clothes, but they won't sort out the drug issue. Within a couple weeks, the person stops messaging them, stops talking to them, stops replying to them, and they just go ghost. Like, it happens so often, it's crazy. So, yeah, that's because they're half-assing it. Just like most people are half-assing most problems. Literally,
But a lot of
nobody's
people
truly
don't
trying to
have
help.
time to just sit around and help. You know what I'm saying? Sitting around and I could understand, you give a 15 minutes a day, but like I don't even think that'll work.
Nah, I'm talking about you need 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours a day. That's why you have to create like a community where it's like almost like a paradise. Have a bunch of water slides, game rooms, theater rooms. You know what I mean? And just have them be a working member of society. Slowly, normalize them again. Because a lot of these people, they're very intelligent. A lot of the homeless people I've seen are veterans.
Yeah, I talked to a bunch of them.
That's the wildest part to me. And I can see why, because you sacrifice your whole entire life for a system that just turns its back on you the second it wants to. At any point's notice, you could just get violated, to get your VA taken away from you. Takes you years to even get benefits in some cases. Even when you have a very definable issue with your body, it's insane. They don't care about these people. And then when they go home, their wives are cheating on them. Their wives are leaving them. This happens, that happens. It's so much chaos. It's terrible. It's honestly terrible. Like when I went to Hawaii, literally the whole entire side of the island was all homeless veterans. Which it boggles my brain because there's not that much people on that island to begin with. It doesn't take the government, that much money to really create a little building where it can just help these people. But there's nothing. There's like no building. There's no help for them. People just look at them. And it's just terrible to me. Because they're like in paradise. But they're not really living. They're kind of like trapped in paradise. Where they got no money. They're on the beach. Sleeping on the beach at all times. In tents. And yeah, it's just not right. People don't deserve to be living like animals. Like a damn dog outside of a house. That's terrible. But like I said, like a lot of people, they don't feel as deeply as I do when it comes to this situation. Or maybe they do. But because of just stuff that's going on in their life, they just have never formalized or created a plan. Like I already know what I'm going to do. I already know how much money I need. And it's a lot of money, bro. It's more money than my anime, actually. That's the one thing that worries me. That's why I had to start creating something. I had to have this anime produce enough money and enough capital so that it funds all these other businesses. Not one shot, of course, but very slowly. And then eventually it gets to a point where we just got so much good capital that we could use to fix things that it just easily happens. You could build a house within a month. You could build a couple houses within a year. Especially if you got teams for this. It's not hard to do this, but it is going to be a couple million. And then I want to find some people who would be fine with helping homeless, right? Fine with creating this community. Of course, there's going to be a lot of security because a lot of these people, they might be criminals. They might have problems. So yeah, of course, security and everything would be top notch at these places. And maybe we can have a couple different places around the world where it simply helps them. Because there's the same problem in Japan. But Japan's problem is a little bit different than our problems. The reason why Japan has homeless, usually it's because of, from what I've seen, honestly, it's from gambling. Usually. That's the reason why a lot of people in Japan become homeless. Just because of that. And if it's not that, it's due to the fact that their society is so closed-minded. Not closed-minded, but they don't be really talking. They're not really social. So you don't have that social feature, which usually allows people to kind of progress into a really good mental state. Eventually what happens with most Japanese is they start losing it very slowly. That's literally what it looks like. because they don't talk to nobody. At least the new generation is not like that. I'll be honest with you guys. The new generation, like my age, 24, 25, 26, 19, they're not like that at all. It's way different. When I went to Japan, and I went to like Osaka, that thing literally looked like a ghetto-ass version of New York. It looked like Manhattan. You got stuff all over the floor. You got homeless here, homeless there. Mad people everywhere. Garbage all over the place. Rats everywhere, here and there. Cockroaches all over the place too. So it's kind of funny. And the only reason why it's like that, I feel, is because it's like the newer, younger generation. They tend to be around those areas. But like Kyoto, a very old school location. It's like kind of like a countryside location. And it's beautiful there. Like that's kind of where you want to be at if you go to Japan. Those older villages where there's not that much people. Where there's a lot of people and they're young, they're actually destroying it. So it's kind of funny. No, yeah, and I kind of want to open a podcast soon. We might as well just do it today, if anything tomorrow. We could build a nice little community just with talking about stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool. That's also one of the reasons why I like Alex. I don't know if you guys have ever watched him throughout time, because he's a little bit older. But Alex Jones, the information that he's always talked about, it's so weird. Like, it's disgustingly accurate. He talked about COVID a couple months before COVID happened in 2019 during September. He was already talking about COVID and how that they were basically gonna make everybody do social distancing. Like, he talked about all that stuff months ahead of time before they even announced it. And he was right about everything. And everybody was just calling him a crazy lunatic. Every single time he says something, somebody calls him a lunatic. A couple months, he's proven right. So he's built his community off of that. He's built his legacy off of that. Of course, some stuff he probably got wrong, because he's just aiming to talk about like conspiracy theories and stuff like that, you could say. Oh no, yeah, he's been talking about everything. Literally everything. So it's crazy to me. I was going to bring up some stuff, but I'm not even going to say it. It's going to mark this video. Probably get me flagged or copyrighted. But, no, yeah. We'll just leave it at that. He's literally almost correct about everything. So you said you can't find a story, but some vets made a safe zone somewhere and they pushed drug dealers away around with ARs, and they stayed for 6 months. And when they left, due to life, 3 of the vets that were helping died. That's crazy. What in the world? Group of armed veterans protecting homeless vets. That's crazy. I never heard of that before. The news didn't cover it? That's a little weird. Well, I mean, the news is very programmed. I think we all know that. Especially with COVID. You guys want to see something? Look at this. Watch this and you tell me if this is not normal. It's going to be like a quick video. What should I call it? Let's see. Video showing how all news saying the same thing.
I was in shock when I I discovered what my cutting board was doing to my family's
And honestly, everybody, this is the one reason why I forbid anybody from really looking at news when they first join and first start learning how to trade. I do not want them looking at a single bit of news because they're not going to be able to properly correlate the news with market movement, because the way the news affects market movement is not by changing trends, it's by accelerating it, making it quicker. That's simply all news does. But look at this.
Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities.
Just keep watching for a second.
Communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about trouble and trending irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news
has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets
Look at this. Look at how disgusting this is.
without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
These people. I swear this country takes its citizens as a joke.
and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I can't even watch no more. This is disgusting. Just a bunch of garbage. Saying the same thing. Clearly written by one person. So yeah, once I saw that, I stopped watching news completely. I don't pay attention to nothing. Even if they're talking about Tesla and CNBC and who cares? Just don't follow it, I'm telling you. Because the way that they talk, it's all a lie in the first place, for the most part. Of course, they share some truths, just like the everyday, I would say, portion of this government that does the same thing. Spit a little bit of the truth, mix it in. Now everything seems like it's the truth. Yeah, it's terrible. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that because, yeah. Do not watch news no more. You could read. I would rather you read stuff. Because if you read stuff, this is how easy it is, right? Watch this. Is Barron's gonna make me pay? No, they shouldn't. They might make me pay. I want to show you guys something. So look at this. Whenever you go and you read an article, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna look at the person who is putting out this story. That's, if you guys really want to read news and really want to build your career here with this, read it. I'm telling you, read it. Because within 5-6 reports, I could see if this guy is biased or not. And then once I go through all his reports, and then you go through a couple more people's reports, maybe you go through the company that he works for, companies that he's, has worked for from before, because you could find his name here, right? Alan Root. You could just go on LinkedIn, search up his past experiences, and you got to get this deep with it. That's the only way that you can actually progress with news, is by actually figuring out who is writing these reports. Everything else in between is just nonsensical. No, yeah. Like, even on Twitter, like, I completely removed all the negative stuff from my Twitter. So, like, I don't be seeing negative, demonic, disgusting stuff no more, and people's heads and legs getting blown off and all this crazy stuff. I don't look, like, when I was younger, it used to pop up all the time on my feeds, and I didn't know how to hide it from the feed, so it wouldn't show up again. But now I curate my feed so that it's only it's only things that make you feel motivated, basically. Nothing else. All that other stuff is demonic and dirty. So, yeah. That's how I have my Twitter and my social media. Of course, you get some videos that pop up here and there. You can't really change that, but you could just not watch it. Because then if you watch those videos and you see all that nasty stuff, you're always going to be thinking about that. Now you're going to be fearing something you should not fear. You know what I mean? Of course, you want to be cognizant of it. Maybe you want to know about something that can occur or how to protect yourself, or regardless of why you're watching it. Everybody's a very curious individual in our own ways, right? But just don't watch that stuff. It's just terrible. That's why I just don't like social media no more. I don't really even be on it. Honestly, I just send posts from social media. I just send it to some of the Discord members, and that's really it. That's all I use social media for. It's usually funny videos. Kind of brainless sometimes, but it is pretty funny. Wikipedia or Wikipedia. I always forget to say this damn thing. Wikipedia. There you go. I don't know what I just said. But Wikipedia is terrible. But then again, at the same time, it's kind of funny because our teachers used to always tell us that Wikipedia was terrible when we were younger. That it has false information. But honestly, it's kind of funny they say that, isn't it? A lot of it's probably false, or some of it's false, but there's probably a lot of truths to it. No, you're right, yeah. It would take a long time for these examples. But that's the change, ladies and gentlemen. That's the purpose for us learning how to trade this well. If there's no purpose for you trading, and it's just to help yourself, you're only going to be able to go to a certain level. That's how the world works. If you can make yourself be motivated to fixing a gigantic problem, even if you don't fix it completely and you don't get to that point, you don't get to that crazy level that you were kind of thinking of, you'll still be able to gain a lot of helpful information, right? They can then help you with your next massive world-solving problem, let's just say. If it's not a problem that's going to help save the world and help a bunch of people, I don't think the universe is probably going to give you a lot of ability. I don't think so. Usually what I see with most people is they're very motivated to a certain level where that motivation allows them to simply excel. They get to that next point in life and then they become comfortable. They lose their true purpose. That's usually what happens to people. But the point is that they still have something that was very motivating to them. Something that can actually be something different. Not something normal, not something lame, not something that's a small dream. Because I love everybody here. I love everybody who I speak to and who I teach. The one problem I see though, and I follow this as well, but there's a difference. I create plans. Sometimes I just don't follow them. The one thing I see that happens with everybody else is there's just no plans. Like, they'll say there's a plan, but they didn't go through the financials. They didn't go through the theories. They didn't go through the technicalities, right? They didn't look at ways where they can kill 5-6 birds with one stone and do it quicker because there's no need to reinvent the wheel. You're simply just trying to create a more sturdy, more advanced wheel, if that makes sense. So if you're using current information that has already been researched and done by people, if you can just know what that information is and how you need to, go about researching it, breaking it down, it becomes very quick. That was the only reason why I got this good with stocks, was because I created a whole Discord and I listed everything. And I was just like, all right, when I get to this level, when I make, let's just say $1 million, boom, we'll start a nonprofit. Every year we'll donate this amount of money to these people. We'll do this thing. And that's pretty much all I'm trying to say here. It's just make your plans, ladies and gentlemen. Plan your lives. Have some crazy goals, some crazy ambitions. Don't stay small in terms of your dreams, because you're not going to go far. You're literally going to be limited to your dreams and to your motivation. And eventually you're going to lose purpose once you get to a comfortable level. So that's literally what happened to me. It still happens to me now. But at least I'm very open with knowing that problem exists and that pattern exists within me. And it allows me to actually kind of distance myself from it and make changes. Sometimes I don't make the changes, but at least we can pinpoint what change we need to make. That's a step forward. We're not all going to be perfect. I'm not trying to say I'm perfect. That's the last thing I would say. But at the same time, I like dreaming big, to say the least. So, yeah, I've noticed that when you dream bigger and you aim for the stars, you'll reach the moon. You're still in space. You're still not on Earth no more. You still accomplished something massive. Is it the stars? Is it the sun that you wanted? Probably not. But you're going to reach the moon at least. It always works like that, even for the trading. Like, think about it for a second. In order for you to be a consistent trader that actually never loses money and you always are profiting, the only thing you need to do is make more money than you know you're going to need for your bills, that you know you're going to need for your vacations, your trips. You just make a little bit more money than what you actually need, and you're going to be perfect. You're going to be able to consistently grow. But if you're making $100 and then the next day you're wasting $50 on a bad trade, and then 2 days later you waste $25, and then now you only have 25 from the 100 that you made in profit, that's a problem. So as long as you guys just make a plan so that the money just stays consistently growing, like throw in $300, $400 that you made this week or last week of profit, throw it into a long-term option. There's a lot of long-term options that you could throw, a few hundred into that you could be selling for a few thousand here. You just got to make sure you're not going for a very popular name like Microsoft, or I would say don't mess with Microsoft. You can mess with Meta, but I don't know enough about Meta right now to be able to advise anybody to trade it. Same thing with Amazon. Same thing with Apple. The only companies I trust people trading are Nvidia, Tesla, SPY, and that's pretty much it. Just those companies alone, you'll be able to 10x your account. Anything else is unnecessary. Don't touch it. Don't touch Google. Don't touch all these other companies, because the only reason why Microsoft is actually prevalent is because of their technology that they just created. Same thing with Google, same thing with everybody else. They're just remaining prevalent right now, but they are starting to slow down in terms of growth. Not all of them, of course. You have Nvidia that's still blasting into the sky. Microsoft is still blasting into the sky. But for the most part, Apple, Amazon, these names, like, they just don't look that good right now. At least, again, this is all from what I think. Of course, I could put more time and research into these names, like I told you guys I need to, and then we'll be able to have a stronger opinion and understanding. Until then, we'll just say for now, we're just going to leave them alone. We have enough information and enough data to trade Tesla and Nvidia, so we might as well just keep going back and forth with it. Like, for instance, if you want to trade Nvidia right now, how do you trade it? Watch this. All you got to do for Nvidia is wait for it to drop below 171, and you can buy puts for 165. You could buy some like 1 week puts, but only when it drops below this level here. Now, if it goes above this level here, which is 176, you got like a $4 or $5 buffer zone. Once it gets above it, then you could see a run to this level here. And how do I know that, ladies and gentlemen? It's because of what I did. Are you biting me? Why are you biting me? So if you look at this over here, it's pretty much been following the same trend. Look at the bottom. Perfectly hit the top of this box. Perfectly ran up to this box. Look at how you perfectly hit it, and then you fell from it. Look at how insane that is. So you ran up to here pre-market, then you fell straight down to here during the day. Then the next day you ran all the way back up to here. Next day right back down to here. So you guys see what I'm saying. It's crazy. But you're just consistently following these lines and these trajectories. So all I did was just copy and paste it on top of itself, going all the way up. It's a very simple way of trading. This is called consolidation zones, right? But yeah, they work pretty well. Pretty nicely. And then we have this NVIDIA chart, which is a little bit more simpler. It's the DARP chart. It looks like there's nothing up here, but it's because I got to turn it on. So if I turn it on for you guys, you'll be able to see. Actually, it's not going to be on this chart. Let me show you a different chart. Fluffy, please quiet down over there. Oh my god, here we go again. As soon as she hears anybody that's up outside of my house, she's just going wild. That cat is very spoiled. Alright, what was I talking about? We're talking about NVIDIA. So as you all can see, this is another NVIDIA chart. This is not the one I'm looking for though. I think it's probably going to be on... It's probably going to be here. Let me see. Yeah. It's going to be here. Okay, so let's go to NVIDIA now. So everybody, this NVIDIA chart is done for the next 50 years. That's why I'm telling you that this is something that's not just occurring now. We knew this was going to occur. You literally went from the midpoint, which is around this area here, and look at how you perfectly fall to the bottom of it. Then you start listening to this box down here, where you wick down here perfectly, just like Tesla. And then you get instantly bought up pretty much to the top of the grid. So look, let me explain it to you so you can understand what's going on here. This is the smaller DARP. So again, this is the little baby DARP. And then you got a bigger DARP, which is the other lines in the background. So if I go to the day chart and then the weekly chart, you guys will be able to see how this chart is truly laid out. And it's basically practically perfect. You're at the levels where you want to be buying puts, as you all can see. 170 to 190, that's truly where you want to be buying puts for NVIDIA, so that it could fall right back down to either 150, 130, 114. All the levels are pretty much listed already. And I think I have a better chart than this, but for now, we'll just leave it at this. I'll also show you the Tesla chart to show you how cool it is. So this is Tesla's version of it. Let's go to the 4-hour. And look at how perfect this is, everybody. Perfectly hit this up here, midpoint, perfectly down to here. Perfectly hit this again, back down to the middle. Now you're above it. Now you're almost touching the bottom. Now you're basically touching the top. So if you fall from here, you are most likely going to fall just straight down to the midpoint. Like somewhere right here is where Tesla's going to go. I could easily see that right now, just due to the DARP. Tesla's going to fall somewhere inside of here. But however, what if it gets above this area here? If it gets above that line, yeah, it's simple. Just play calls going up higher. It's probably going to run up higher than here or here. It could also crash again. Like you could do something like this, or like it runs above a little bit and then crashes from like there. That's definitely possible. But what I would do is just get something for Tesla. Once you get above this line, watch it very closely, and I would try to sell out around this pink circle right there. The only reason why I would wait for this pink circle is because this pink circle already was touched. Does that make sense, everybody? So because you touched this area already, you kind of don't want to be playing options from that area no more. That's also another problem I see consistently happening with people, is they'll keep buying puts from the same area, or like from a lower area. And unless the market's bearish, which this market is not really bearish right now, it's very bullish, then you could do that. So right now you can't really do that, basically. Same thing with SPY. That's the hardest thing, you know that, right? Same thing with NVIDIA. Like, how do you buy puts on NVIDIA? Well, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Look at this. 178, then 191, and then probably somewhere up here. So if you just replay this video back in like a month or two, we'll see, right? We'll see how it works. It's going to be kind of funny. But what I want to see is NVIDIA crash from up here, 170, straight down to here, like 130s. That would be really nice. So yeah, that's pretty much, this is DARP right here. I have one for Microsoft as well, but I think I got to duplicate it because you're at a crazy new high. Yeah, I got to kind of copy and paste it on itself. You guys know how we do it here. We got to copy and paste it on top of itself, and then boom. We'll be good with that. On Apple, you fell from the top to the bottom perfectly. You didn't hit out the bottom, so you're still stuck in this range. And then you went right back to the middle, which we knew was going to happen. The white circle, right? As long as you're above the middle, Apple could then run up to 240. Same thing with Google. You're now inside this box here, so you could continue running up into a new high here. If not, if you fall below 181, probably just going to collapse right back down to this purple one here. It's just with Google, it's very hard to trade this because of how much it just stutter steps. So you kind of have to get a put for like 176, then get a call for a little bit, get like another put for 167, then get a call for a little bit. You know what I mean? Like you have to keep playing it back and forth like this. That's literally how it trends. Just from me looking at this price action here. So yeah, I wouldn't mess with Google. Amazon, you're pretty much near the top already, so I wouldn't touch that. Meta's in the same location, actually. It's kind of funny. Look at how you hit King's Point up here on Meta, which is slightly above the last high. That's what King's Point means. That's why I created it. You literally just fell from that high. So that's kind of perfect. And then now you're falling down here. So if this continues to fall, you're probably going to fall down to here on Meta, 680. This thing is just way too expensive right now. Way too expensive. So I don't really want nobody touching it, honestly. Unless we run up higher. If we go to like $800, I'll probably have you guys trade Meta. Because I want something that's either oversold or overbought. That's the best way to trade. Truly. Because at least you know what's going to be the more probable conclusion of a good company. And that's really all. You just got to work with that. Let's go ahead. Can we look at anything else here? Let's look at Baba real quick. Yeah, that was awesome. We bought Baba right here. That's where we bought it, everybody. Like somewhere near the bottom right here. You fell outside the box, which was the dangerous situation, of course. But then you just held it. So now if Baba continues to run, you're probably going to run to one of these lines here. You already know where I wanted to run. All the way up to the top. You guys know how I'm working with this. So we bought shares. We're just going to hold it. We're going to hold Baba until this thing runs all the way up to 170. Because this is pretty overbought. Remember, Baba used to be like around $400. No, 318. So I could definitely see it running at least to this blue circle, which is the 1/2 point of where you fell from. Does that make sense, everybody? So again, look at the top. Look at the bottom right there. Take the middle point. You're most likely going to hit it because you still haven't hit it yet, ever since you touched the bottom. Not looking at the price action here, because this doesn't count yet, because the bottom was never created until 2022. So now we're getting price action above 2022 right here, and this is like a proper staircase. So I'm simply following this trajectory to be able to wait for it to look like it's like oversold, because you know it's turning bullish. Is Baba $80 like it once was? No. But we still want to trade this. So how do you do that? You basically create a certain grid. You can create different grids, right? It's free. Have fun with it, to say the least. Like you can move this around, move this up and down, find something that you like that looks good visually. And as you can see, it just ends up always working out. So yeah, we're probably going to run up to the 1/2 point now because you ran all the way up to here and you fell down to here to hold. So if this properly staircases, yeah, we're probably going to run here next. So this is going to be awesome. Let's go to Unity. Another one of our long-term companies that's oversold. I'm telling you guys, these are the easiest stocks to trade, where you're not going to be stressed out. You're not going to be having to fight with 0 days. You buy something for $100, $200, and then you sell it for $600 to $800. The last time we bought Unity was honestly right here in this white circle. I did not buy it when it fell down to here, simply just due to the fact that we were in other plays and I didn't want to overstimulate everybody. But it's so funny because the one plays we don't get into, or like the few plays we don't get into, ended up being some of the best plays. So we're going to note that going into the next 6 months here, because then all we had to do now is just figure out a little system where every play that we bought ends up being insane. When I say insanely profitable, I mean like 600-700%. I'm not talking about 30%, 40%, 50%, which is how most of our plays went. I'm talking about 300-400,000%. You know what I mean? Something that's significant, because that's what's gonna actually change a student's life. It's not by them winning a certain amount, you know, every single day, because usually a person cannot be consistent. Usually. So what you want to do is you want to have a few consistent gains throughout the day, and then have your big wins like this that can take you to the next level. So if you're stuck at $1,000 every single month, eventually what's going to happen is those contracts, they cost $200-$300. As long as you're not selling them early, your account's going to easily jump to 3, 4, 5,000. Take another 6 months, do it again, and yeah, you can easily get to like 20K, 40K, 50K. Easily. You just got to look for these names though. SMCI, another one of our popular names that we traded before, as you can all see. These are the types of gains that I want. 700%. That's beautiful. We bought it down here in November, sold it right here, 700%. So when SMCI falls down to this line again, which is right around the line that we pretty much sold by, we missed. So let me explain it to you. I told everybody to buy it here, 27 to 33. We did not buy it though. We missed it. I then told everybody, because you ran up too quickly up here to buy puts for $40, you're probably going to fall back down to 40 and 30. However, ladies and gentlemen, we did not enter into it. We thought of it, came up with an idea, but we did not get into it. Well, actually, no, we did get into it, but we sold it early. We sold it probably like right here because it was taking too long and I wanted quicker profit. And then look what ended up happening the next couple of days. You ended up slamming out the sky. So what I'm now doing with SMCI is basically waiting for it to get back to, and it's so crazy how you literally touched 29 again. That was so wild. If we would have gotten an option for like 6 months out, which is the game plan next time, get something for like 6 months out, 12 months out, 5 strikes away, 10 strikes away, and let it rock. Just literally let it sit. Because every single one of these trades, up, down, they're all 1,000% trades because of how much you fell at the sky. That's why I love trading names like this. Good companies, but they fell at the sky just due to news or due to bad company policies, or their board started breaking down and just stupid stuff. But still, they're a good company. You know, they're still making money. They're still growing. It's just they got some short-term, you know, mess they got to fix, you could say. Intel, same exact thing, you know. We just keep buying Intel at the low, and we keep waiting for the market to blow up. So that's perfect. Nike was a play that Danny gave us for the recovery of tariffs. So because we knew tariffs was going to normalize and it was going to basically price itself in, look what ended up happening to Nike. You literally ran right back to where the tariff news was released. That is fundamentally insane how quick you did that. That's a lot of profit right there. So I'm happy that some of you still are holding this. That is awesome. HE is another company that's really good. This is the Hawaiian Electric Company. I don't know if you guys remember the fires in Hawaii a couple years ago, but look what happened to the stock because of the fires. Straight from 40, straight down to $10. So this is another really good name that could potentially blow up here, especially when they normalize and they price everything in and they fix all their, you know, their grids and their structure. The only problem is I don't know if the island that burned down, because I haven't got this far with the research yet, honestly. I don't know if it completely wiped out that company. You know what I mean? Like if they're only operating in a few more places. Actually, let's check it right now. You know what? Let's check it. Where are they positioned? Oh, Honolulu. Oh, yeah, they're fine. I'm telling you, they're fine. They're in Honolulu. Honolulu was not the island that burned down. Honolulu is usually the island that I tend to go to whenever I go on my trips. And by the way, before anybody says they can't go on these trips or they never been to Hawaii, it does not cost a lot of money. Like I could literally search. I'll search it up right now for you. It costs $400 round trip to Hawaii if you get it 6 months early. The Airbnbs are a little expensive, yes. The hotels are a little expensive, yes, I agree. But my whole entire package, usually when I go to Hawaii, is only like $1,700. I spend the same amount of money as somebody would spend if they go to Florida. I just don't spend that much money when I eat, honestly. I don't really go out that much. I don't really spend money on stuff. I literally just try to do whatever I can for a very low and cheap amount because most of my friends, they don't really want to trade and get into this whole stock market stuff. So it kind of leaves me a little lonely some of the times, to say the least. Unfortunately. But it's very fun, honestly. Like to penny pinch and to like when you have the money and you could just buy whatever you want and then you're always buying like small stuff, cheap stuff, stuff that just works so you don't have to overdo it, it makes you feel better as a person, honestly. When you're buying all this luxury stuff and this and that and everybody's looking at you weird, and I hate that. I hate that feeling. Even having a nice car, like, I don't like people looking at me. I do not like it. That's exactly the same reason why I don't have a face cam. I just don't like people looking at me. I don't like none of that. Some people like it, and it's, I mean, to each their own, I guess, but yeah. All right, what were we talking about? We were talking about, I was going to search something up. What was I going to search up? Let me see. The Hawaiian company. And then I got, oh no, yes, I was going to show you how much it costs to go to Hawaii. Because I want every single one of you people to understand the only reason why I actually started wanting more for myself. Because I'm a person who was not really raised to take care of themselves. I mean, my mom showed me the right way, right? She showed me how to, you know, brush my teeth and take care of my hair and the normal stuff that a child gets taught. But in terms of taking care of themselves financially, in terms of growing, in terms of, I didn't learn none of this stuff from my parents. Besides, like, maybe, like, getting, like, money for, like, doing dishes and laundry and stuff like that when I was younger. That was proper. But when I actually went on a trip to Hawaii and I was by myself, and I could pay for the whole thing 5 times over, you know, and you're not going crazy spending money, and you could just trade and make that money back the same day. Like, for instance, when I went to Hawaii last time in February, we literally made that money as a group, as a unit in this Discord. We had made like maybe around 2,400 like 2 weeks before I went. And then when I was on the trip, I ended up making another, I think, 1,000. So I pretty much paid off the whole entire trip because I didn't pay for just myself when I went there. I paid for another person. So it was basically double the price. It goes from like 1,700 to like, I forgot what it was, like 3,000, 3,100. And then every day on food, I was just spending $60 to like $30 on food. It honestly was not that much. It's literally like New York. It's probably cheaper, honestly, if I had to be, besides like maybe owning houses and stuff. It's more expensive than New York. So let's go look at New York City to Honolulu. Let's look at how much it cost. Because I want everybody here to, even if you don't want to go to Hawaii, if you want to go to another country, so be it. But just start making some plans where with this money that I'm showing you how to make and trade, you don't need to be home. You don't need to be staring at your screen all the time. I want you guys to be able to get into long-term leaps and swing plays and all this stuff so you're not having to worry about 0 days. And then, yeah, telling you, go on these trips. Go on a trip where you know you could pay it off after a couple months. Not after a couple months, like you're going to pay off the whole thing, but anything you would want on that trip, you could pay it all off. Have a little bit of extra money on you, so you have like 15, 20, 30,000. Go on one of these trips. I'm telling you, your life will change. That was when my life changed truly, and it was only a couple months ago. Because even like 3 years ago and 4 years ago, I was still uncertain about my trading ability. So even though I had a good amount of capital to me, it was still very scary. I still felt like I was going to lose it all. You know? All it took was a couple bad trades, a couple dominoes flipping the wrong way, and that's it. It's over. And I was very scared about that. The last time I went to Hawaii, there was literally no fear. It was the weirdest thing in the world. And if I had to be a little open with y'all, I felt like I just wanted to just be crying the whole entire time. Like I never went, I mean, honestly, I do go places and I tend to tear up just because of how good it looks, like the architecture or the views. Like when I first went to Hawaii and you got two mountains on the side of you. And then you got the water going down the hill in front of you, and then if you turn around, you see another section of the ocean right behind you. I'm telling you, it's the most beautiful thing in the world. You literally feel like you're on a whole nother planet. You said that's why you don't do a lot for your birthday. You hate when people... Also, I hate when people do that. I don't know why there's so many people my age that do that. They'd be like, happy birthday to me. Who the hell cares? Why do you got to say it like that? We know you want attention. And I know why people want attention, of course. Some people, they just don't get attention when they grew up. Or from friends or from family. And it's not a bad thing. But it's like you got to be cognizant of that. That you're just making yourself... Like, I don't know. You guys know what I mean. It just makes no sense. What is this? $600 fishing a day? Is that in Honolulu? That's kind of expensive. I'm not gonna lie, but I would love to do that. If you guys want, we could do that. So entire boat up to $500. Because if I pay for everybody's trip, so I could pay for this, that's $600 for 2 people, 2 adults. Basically, if I could pay for everybody's thing, we can just get this back on our taxes. Or at least I will basically get it back. And if I'm the only person who has a good amount of capital, let's just say everybody has 10 to 20, 50K, but I have 500, 600, 700K, we could just literally put this stuff on the business. I would have no problem with that. That's what I'm telling you guys. Like, I'm open with making this a community that's, even if I got to take the short end of the stick, I don't care. As long as you guys are having a good time, that's the only thing that I care about. Because if you're having a good time, I'm having a good time. That's how I am as a person. You said, how are you gonna bring the fish home? You're not gonna bring it home. They're probably not gonna let you. It's probably just gonna be a little too. Yeah, you know how they are when it comes to bringing animals and stuff. So NYC to Honolulu, just so I could show you guys how cheap this thing is. So the next time I'm probably going to go to Hawaii, I was supposed to go this week. I was supposed to leave in 4 days, but it's just not proper. I got to build this community up a little bit better than this. There's no point for me to enjoy nothing right now when things could be better. So I'll probably go in September if you guys want to come with me for like a week on my birthday. My birthday is on September 15th, by the way. So we can go from like the 12th, but then again, it depends if you guys have children, right? Probably going to be taking them to school at that point. But yeah, we could go from like the 12th. We'll leave on like a Thursday or Friday. Maybe a... I kind of want to leave from Tuesdays. Tuesdays are usually the best days to actually travel. You have the least amount of people who are traveling on Tuesdays. So the 9th to the 23rd, let's see how much this would cost. Okay, so 9th to the 23rd, round trip. And you know what? Let's do nonstop. So even if you do a nonstop trip from here to Hawaii, look how much it costs, everybody. This is like stupid. It's $600. So if you guys wanted to go and take your families, I know it would be a lot if you have a family, but that's not that crazy, you know? And especially if you don't care about nonstop, if you're fine with, you know, connecting, it's $400. $447. If you look at the hotels there, it's probably going to cost you maybe around $600 to $1,000 for just the hotels. $600 to $1,000 if you get something that's a little bit more reasonable. So you could probably pay for your whole entire Hawaii trip if you get it early. You could probably end up spending only like $1,500, $1,600, which is wild. So as long as you guys just stop traveling inside the country. I know some people, they can't travel outside, obviously. But for the people who can, they should. They got to live. You got to live life. You got to travel. You got to go to these places and trade while you're at these places, because that's when the switch in your brain actually flips. It's not when you're home trading on your screen and you're stuck all day and you're stressed out all the time and you're complaining how the 0 days are not going your way. For instance, even with me losing that account last week, right? No emotion. That's it. It happened. We turned that account from $100 to $600 within 2 days. And the third day, we played a little too aggressive with the 0 days. And yeah, it just resulted in a loss of just that one account. But then this week, we're just going to do the same thing. We're just waiting for SPY to kind of calm down a little bit. And then, boom, we're going to grow that account right back to 1,000. And then try to see if we could take it to 10K. And in this same account, hopefully we can take it to around 1 million by the end of the first week in August. So yeah. So within 10 to 15 days right now, I want to turn a $100 account into $1 million. We're going to keep doing it until we do it. Every single day, every single week. And then once we get to $1 million, we're going to have a couple events. Like the next time I go to Hawaii, I already talked to some of these event managers and some of these actual, I forgot what they call the places, the like, do you know the little centers where they have like a bunch of people who open up their stores and like little, what do you call them? Like little stands so they could talk about their business and then they sell stuff, like they sell products. Basically, I want to have something like that. And then I want to have an event where we actually rent out one of the places. It costs around $5,000-$6,000 I would have to spend. I'll probably spend like another $10,000-$20,000 on food for everybody. And then probably another $20,000 on, maybe $30,000 on everybody's traveling costs, because I'm going to be paying for everybody's ticket. Basically, it's literally going to be a full ride as long as you're in my Discord making enough money. Because if you're making enough money, I don't need money from you. If you're making enough money, I'm fine with that. I am good with just that. You said you're going to try to bring it home on the plane? You're going to throw a fish inside your bag? Throw it right into the backpack? I remember when I came from Hawaii, yo, they went crazy just because I brought an orange by an accident. They lost it. Those people at the TSA, they got so mad. It was like I had like a time bomb on me or something. But I didn't realize it's just because of the environmental things that you could do. You could bring a disease from one country to another country in the form of fruit or food, and you could literally wipe out a whole population of certain types of fish, or just point blank, just greenery. You could do a lot of damage. So that's probably why they do it. You know, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's kind of like a dark humor joke, you could say, but not really dark humor. Not really. But I was like, yo, I want to get some bamboo from Japan and create a little problem somewhere. I'm gonna create a problem like in my backyard. Just start growing all the bamboo within like 5 years. You're gonna have a whole bamboo forest, because of the way bamboo grows, it kind of sucks up all the nutrients from everything else around it. It's like one of those endangering species, like it just kills everything around it. I think, at least. I'm pretty sure from what I heard last time when I was researching it. Now, why would I do that? It was just because it sounded funny. I'm not actually gonna do that, of course. But no, yeah, like imagine you don't like one of your neighbors or something, and you just keep planting bamboo in his yard or something. He's gone for like a month. He comes back. He has a whole forest. I don't know. My humor is a little off, as you could tell. But the point I was trying to make earlier was it's very cheap to go on these trips. Make sure you guys are planning these trips, please, for me. And then do it for you. Because sometimes people don't do stuff for themselves and they keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So just do it for me. Get your vacations out the way. Plan them. Have it so that every single month you're going to a new country, a new area for like a week or two. And then you go back to the home base. Study everything you need to. Get your charts ready again for you to leave. And then boom. Just get like a little MacBook. Get a nice iPad. Just 2 screens plus your phone to trade. That's what I normally do. I have my... Right now I don't have a MacBook. I got rid of it because it was just getting too old. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to buy another one soon. I don't like Macs, honestly. But they're very powerful. And you could just easily connect with its own like SIM card. I think so, at least. My iPad has a SIM card, so... That's what I would do, by the way, if you guys want. Like, go on Amazon right now. And this should be your wish list for actual trading. It's not going to be too much in terms of the cost for everything. But let's go to Amazon. If you go here, and then you go to... This is not the one I got. I think this is the one I got. Yeah, so like you guys could get something like this. This is what I would do. Let me make sure my address is not on this. Alright, I don't think it has any of my personal information on this. That's so funny. I think it tried to like send it from Australia. But everybody, this is what I'm talking about right here. You get one of these 12.9 inches, or you get like the 11-inch one. This is what I did. I got it refurbished. Because if you understand what refurbished means, most people are just like, nah, I don't want a refurbished product. But most of the time, these refurbished products are actually really good. Most of the time. Because what it means is they actually change the stuff inside of it. You know? They actually fix it up. Of course, some of them could be damaged, but you get warranties with this. So once you get this, go ahead and go to T-Mobile. Go to Verizon. It only costs about $20 a month. And you get unlimited data. So I could, like, sometimes, let's say if my phone is dying and I need a trade still, I literally have data on my iPad that I could give to my phone, give to a friend, that I could give to my iPad. Not the iPad, but the Mac. And it creates like a fully sustainable system where you could just keep trading all this stuff. I'm pretty sure you could do it with Android as well. You might even be able to get a better... but then again, I don't know. I'm not too sure, because this product right here cost $4,000 when it was brand new. I mean, not this one specifically. This one probably cost like $1,800. But instead of you paying $1,800, you're only paying $500. And that's not that bad, everybody. That's actually pretty good. If you get one this smaller, look at how much the price changes. It's not that much, just $30. And then look, you have one right here that's for $400. This is what I do when I'm on Amazon. I look at the product that I want, and I go to the bottom right, and I look for the cheapest thing. That's literally all I do. Because this costs $508, and I could literally get one for $490, $480. And that's all you really need. You don't need to have a whole computer and all that stuff yet, because a computer is going to cost around like $1,300, $1,500. And usually a lot of people, they can't get to that level for a long time. Like for me, believe it or not, the first thing I did when I made 10,000 was I took out 1,000 and I straight up bought 3 monitors. I got the 32-inch, 227 inches. The next time I made a little bit of money, which was probably the next week after that, I went from like 8K, whatever I had left in the account, took it to like 16, 15, 20K. I took out another 1,000. I finished the PC build. And yeah, I just kept doing that. That's the only thing I ever spent money on. Believe it or not. I didn't spend money on no clothes, no shoes. Like literally, most of my clothes right now, I rebought clothes like right before I went to Hawaii, because I was just like, all right, I look homeless now. I'm literally walking outside with old clothes that has holes in it. I'm like, all right, this is a problem. This is not a good way to kind of move around the world, because of the way people look at you when you wear stuff like that. So yeah. But the last time I bought clothes besides 2025, which is wild to me, was in 2021. That was the last time I bought clothes or shoes or anything for myself. And when I did it in the beginning of the year, guess what I told myself? I'm never doing this again. It's just so stupid. Especially these designer clothes. It's just so, yeah, it's nonsense. But yeah, everybody, save up $500-600. If you get an 11-inch, you could probably get it for maybe like $300. Let me see. 400 right there. They got one. Let's check something. What about if you go for this one? That's not bad. Look at that, everybody. $427 for an 11-inch iPad Pro that has pretty much the second generation Apple Pencil. This is you want to make sure that when you're getting an iPad, it has the opportunity to use this pencil, because it's going to last for at least another 4 or 5 years. However, you have to recognize that Apple products, they only pay attention to the last 5 years. So after 2026, you're probably not going to be able to use this iPad no more. That was the main reason why I got the 12-inch one. Let me show you. I got the 12-inch 2021 version, because now at least it will last to like 2026, 2027, which is enough time for me to buy another one. You said Galaxy Tab? Let's go look at it. So Galaxy Tab S8 S8 5G. Let's see what that looks like. So it's 12 inches. That's pretty cheap. That's actually insanely cheap. Now, what's the resolution on the screen? Let's see. Is it at least 2000? Because the iPad is like 2K resolution. 2K resolution, so I'll tell you right now. Let's see. Resolution. Yeah. This is pretty good. This is 2000. This is 2K resolution. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Restored Galaxy tab. Yeah, if you guys could get the Android tablets, I never tried it, so I can't confidently tell you yet in my own experience. But from how Culinary speaks of Android and everybody else in the Discord, a lot of people have Android products, so it's probably really good. Honestly, it's probably really good. So yeah, this is not a bad idea if you guys want to try this. Just make sure you sort out how you're gonna put a SIM card in it, or if it allows SIM cards, and that's pretty much it. Watch a few YouTube videos on them, if anything. That's not bad. Look at that case plus the pen, only $30. Oh my God, Apple! Apple charged me like $100 and something for that pencil. Only $30? That's insane. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Even if I have money up the you know what, I don't think I would ever buy my kid something truly expensive. I'm like looking at this and I'm just like, this is exactly what I would get my kids. Of course, not when they're first born. We're not having no iPad babies. That's a little. I mean, just look at how some of them turned out. You know, their attention span is just done. So, of course, later on, like when I had my first device, I think I was 10 years old. Honestly, that's when the iPad, not the iPad, but the iPod first came out. The iPod, I think 4th generation. Like when you had Fruit Ninja and all that other stuff. But, nah, yeah. The only thing that sucks is when it comes to those Android tablets, do they still update them? Or do they get slow over time? Like we all know that Apple products do. And if you guys didn't know, that's actually one of the reasons why Apple got sued in 2022 actually, because they were found guilty of like messing with the power life of the previous phones. I think it was mainly because of the new technology, because you got to think about it like this. If you have a laptop, right? And after a year or two, that laptop comes out with more different unique things that are brand new to the world, right? And it reacts to the laptop differently, meaning it pulls more power, it pulls more resources. You're going to get a situation where something is using more power and is doing less work, and it's slower, just because they're actually updating stuff. So I don't think it was right for them to get sued over that, if that was the case. But if they were literally just flipping the lever, yeah, if they were just flipping the levers and purposefully making these older devices like take more energy and require more just power, then not yeah. If they did that on purpose, not yeah.
The updates before.
Yeah, but it's kind of a hard thing to prove, you know, unless you literally have it written. You have text messages or something crazy.
Bro, it was common. It was too common. When everybody's iPhone gets everybody's, not just a choice few, everybody's iPhone got slow after the upgrades. That's why it became a major thing.
Yeah, but that's just because of the phone like pulling more power, though.
The only reason they did it,
yeah,
was so they can sell the next iPhone.
No, but do you see how like it's a hard conversation to say the least, because yes, they probably could be intentionally doing it, but at the same time, you think if you use a PS3, you're going to be able to play PS4 games on it with the same quality and the same... No, but here's the thing is they scale those games down to apply it to those other phones. So the way Apple should be updating its phones.
Nah.
No, yeah, like they downscale it.
Let me tell you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Before Galaxy came out with the S and all of that other stuff, I had the what the hell was that thing called? The Max X or whatever that was. I forgot what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But it was before the Galaxy came out with their line. And the only reason, because I usually upgrade it every 2 years, but for some reason I didn't want to upgrade from my Max, so I was like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna keep it. Something happened to it physically, so then I had to upgrade, and I wanted the same phone. I didn't want any other phone. They were like, no, it's discontinued. All my upgrades were fine. There was no slowing down anything. And then that's when I found the what was it? The Galaxy with the pen?
Yeah.
The first one? That's when I fell in love with that phone. And I kept that phone for 3 years. Like, I don't need to upgrade any of my phones from Galaxy, because when I get the upgrade, like my phone right now is damn near 3 years old. I think it's like almost 4 years old. I have AI, I have all the upgrades that come with this phone for the newer phones. You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
And it's always been like that.
That's what I was trying to say, though, is that the way that they're going about upgrading stuff is not in a way where they're downscaling it for the older phones to still make the update possible for it to be ran on them. There's definitely a way for you to do that. You just got to do a lot of work. You got to cut corners here and there, reduce some features here and there, and that's pretty much it. I mean, currently all the features they've been adding to phones are not really too intensive. The AI stuff, yeah, I mean, that is intensive to a certain degree, but it just makes no sense as to why Apple is doing it that way. What I'm trying to say, basically, just so I can kind of come full circle, is that they're not putting correct ethics into this. They just got a system. I feel like they half-ass it. They don't put that much work in. They don't try to downscale stuff for the previous phones. And when the previous phones get updated on the new iOS, it's just like they get pretty much destroyed. Pretty much. It's just like crazy slow. Even my current 15, like I got the 15. I got this phone. When did I get this phone? I bought this phone. Let me see. I gotta look at my calendar. I bought this phone. It was right before my other trip to Japan. So I had this phone now for, that's 1 year. That is a year and like 4 months. No, a year and like a half. A year and 6 months is how long I had the 15 for. And let me tell y'all, this thing is already garbage. Like, it is terrible. My battery percent is already like 80%, which normally takes a phone like my other phones. I'll have them for like 2 years, 3 years, and I'll still be at like 90% capacity. This current phone has 80% capacity already. It dies like crazy quick. So yeah, I don't.
Why iPhone had such a following. It's literally trash.
But you do have to admit,
if you compare most of the phones out there between, I'm not even talking about my shit. Like, take Galaxy out of it. But you compare all the other phones with the iPhone. It's like, what's so special about it? Why does iPhone have such a following to the point where everybody's damn near sheep? Because everybody, and I'm not talking about, if you're not that person that's looking for the next phone every year or every 2 years, then I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the ones that have the lines wrapped around the fucking iPhone store to the point where it's just like, yo, they're sleeping in tents for like a fucking Michael Jackson concert or something. Like, what are we doing? Why?
Yo.
For what? And then you get online and you got these people that are sit up here, oh, the blue bubble? What the fuck does it matter? If I'm sending you a text, whoa, who gives a shit about the color of the bubble? Like, what the fuck goes through these people's minds to make them feel like that's what I don't.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It was very weird growing up with that. It was like when I was a kid, like in middle school, if you had an Android, everybody used to see you as just like whack.
I never understood it.
Nah, yeah, that's yeah.
But meanwhile, when I had my Android and I can actually put in like a memory card.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here with over 3,000 fucking songs from every genre in my phone. Like I'm listening to music I have fucking Wu-Tang's whole catalog. I have Nas's whole catalog. I have everybody's catalogs.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there chilling.
So look,
but y'all, iPhone couldn't do that.
Honestly, I think, you know why? It's because when you look at the processing power, it's still the same thing, bro. Throughout the past couple years, it's never changed. For some reason, Apple products, single core and multi-core, are always, it's basically more powerful. But you have to ask yourself, why the hell do you want power in a phone? You don't need that much power in a phone. You're not editing from your phone. You're not, watching crazy amounts of, crazy videos, because you can still support 4K on a phone. But what I'm trying to say is you're not going to have almost like a computer type of system where kind of Apple is trying to prioritize, I would say. This literally, to me, this looks like NVIDIA versus AMD. Like it's a very similar thing where NVIDIA's processing power is specialized in certain manners, but then in other ways it's not as good as AMD products. Like the price of AMD products is cheaper than NVIDIA. It's not the same. And it's very similar power. It's not that off. But yeah, it just says here it's just because of real world speed. Apple opens apps faster, smoother animations. No, yeah, definitely. But then again, you could download stuff to an Android, but it's probably just going to throttle the battery a little bit. Like I could see how in Android phones, you could customize it better than an Apple phone. 100%.
Yeah.
I know that, yeah.
Apps faster, that's literally because I watch a lot of comparisons. I watch a lot of videos on how to unlock like certain features on my phone to make it actually work faster and get rid of certain things that I don't use. And it's like, yo, once you go into all of that and you fix all of that, nah, that doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, look, it literally says it right here.
I've never had a problem opening up my apps or anything. Like
yeah.
Everything is high speed.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, technology now is so advanced that you don't need a crazy ass like iPhone or MacBook in order for you to get real world stuff done. Nobody's really using stuff like that. I am on the other hand because I do a lot of 3D modeling and 3D editing. So with a tablet, like with the iPad, I was able to easily just do stuff that normally you probably wouldn't be able to do on an Android or an iPhone. And that was the reason why I loved it. Is because I need high power with whatever I do because I tend to be very, I don't know. I tend to just do a lot. I tend to just be all over the place, doing this and doing a little bit of that. And I love Apple's ecosystem. If Android could just have a better ecosystem, and I know it's not terrible, but if they could just prioritize it a little bit more.
What do you mean?
Like, for instance, how you have like an Android. I know it's, not Android, but Apple has its own computer. So with Apple having its own computer with the silicon power, it's very closely similar to PCs, honestly. Like my computer right now, if I had to compare it to Macs, my computer is probably as strong as like the $6,000 Mac that you would have to pay. And you could build the same thing for $2,000 with Windows. So
right.
I don't know. You can't really, because then if you say Android, people would probably say it's closely related to like the ecosystem, like having a PC, having a Android tablet that easily can connect to one another. Like for instance, if I connect my iPad to my MacBook, and then I have, let's just say, my iPhone is also connected, I can create a system where Files are easily being able to be transported very quickly, very efficiently.
Yeah.
If you have the Apple Watch, you have the earphones, and I know Android does sell that stuff, but like I said, they don't really prioritize it. They don't really have like a certain set Android watch that everybody looks at or goes for. And that's kind of what I want to see, is just them be more aggressive with Android products.
What do you mean?
With the ecosystem.
What?
Meaning more ads, meaning more people using it for that reason.
All my shit is seamless. Like I can answer my phone through my watch, my tablet, or my phone.
Yeah, that's.
I can send files. I can send files from my tablet to my phone.
What I'm trying to explain to you is not really that. That's not really what I'm talking about. Because if they do it, that's fine. What I'm talking about is them being able to actually highlight their ability to do that. Meaning more ads, meaning more nice, unique, different types of trailers for some of their products. You got to have a certain taste to the brand that Apple does have. Apple has this very luxurious type of taste to it. The way they go about their earnings, the way they go about news, showing new products, new phones, even if it's all garbage, even if there's nothing that's new that's being invented, like there's like a certain like environment that they're building. And that's what I mean. Like with Android, they do have a lot of the stuff. 3 years later down the road, we're probably going to hear another update that Apple added that Android had for the last 10 years. You hear it all the time. Even when I was younger, when I was in school, you used to always hear that, oh, these Android phones are still better than the iPhones. But again, you don't have the ecosystem that Apple has. You don't have all those different products that can seamlessly do the same thing with one another. You have a few products, and in fact, because it's not Apple, Apple has certain security systems where if you try to connect, I don't know, like a certain app, like when I was trying to connect my iPad to my Windows computer, it was very annoying. It was like I had to go through so many different things, and if I had an Android, 100% it would probably be easier. But like, why don't I see people do that? Why don't I see people talk about it? Why don't I see people, drawing from one thing and then easily converting it to the next thing, and then boom, now they can do an animation with their MacBook, something they just taken from their iPad, or same thing with Android, right? Just back and forth. You always see it being more prevalent with Apple, is what I'm trying to say. Like, for instance, if I ask any single one of my friends or family if they know anything about Android, 90% of them are going to tell me no. It's because everybody my age.
Android user, if you ask real Android users that actually follow and pay attention to all of that stuff, they'll be able to tell you all of that stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just because Apple is out there it has a bigger following as far as like I said.
That's what Android needs to change. That's what I'm trying to say.
Why?
Because if they did, more of the money that's getting inserted into Apple in terms of investments, in terms of people buying their products, they would actually...
That'll never change.
No, but I feel like it will eventually. As long as these other people can compete. It's just they don't really want to compete. Android's not trying to compete in the same fields as Apple. They're trying to come up with different phones. I mean, very similar. Like with the split phone, with like the 3-screen phone where it has like, you could flip it 3 times. Like, that's cool.
Trifold, the G Fold, that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, like that's stuff like that. I like that's cool. That's, as long as they keep doing that stuff like that, they can create a better image for themselves. It's just right now that almost nobody likes Android. Bro, none of my family, none of my friends, I don't know one person that uses an Android besides for when I started teaching the Discord. I started seeing a lot of like the green bubbles. But I don't really care about it, of course, but that was the only time I really ever have had somebody text me that didn't have an iPhone. So I feel like everybody here just knows iPhone. iPhone. That's all they really know. That's pretty much it. That's what I'm trying to say. That has to change. That will change, but it's not going to change right now because I don't think that's Android's intention. because they already have a large following. They don't really need to do a lot more extra work. You know, they already make a good amount of money from their
They got a
phones.
crazy large following. It's just, like I said, it's one of those things where Apple has a lot more people because
I feel like
it's
they're more loud
easier
with
for
Apple.
them to use.
Yeah,
It's easier. The FaceTime feature.
yeah, you're right. The UI
Like,
definitely
yeah,
looks
that's fucking
clean.
awesome. I mean,
It's like me trading on Robinhood versus Webull.
but if you actually do your research on between the phones when they first come out and all that other stuff, Apple's not doing shit compared to Android.
Yeah, it's pretty much the
Because,
same
like
thing.
you said, they don't
100%.
advertise it, huh?
I said 100%. Yeah,
Right, but because they don't really advertise it, it's like, all right. But the people that the techies that really do the research and they really like look into it, it's a whole different thing. Like I've seen a lot of people, like half the people that do the research, they own an iPhone, and then they're sitting up here like, well,
no, that's what I'm
Galaxy's
saying.
much
Like
better.
right now, the problem
But
with
wait,
Apple.
they admit that the Galaxy is much better, but they're sticking with their iPhone. All right. As long as you can show me and visually show the specs and all of this stuff and let me know that why are you sticking with iPhone?
Right.
Because it's more convenient for them. That's cool.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the ecosystem is better for iPhone because everybody gravitated towards iPhone. And I guarantee you the only reason, not the only reason, but that whole FaceTime feature is what really set iPhone apart from everybody else.
Yeah.
And that was it. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, what else you got?
Exactly. No, yeah. That's the one thing that gets me mad because the prices for these products should not be their current price.
It's crazy.
No, yeah, I agree. That's why I only buy refurbished
That's across
products.
the board. That's all the phones. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like right now, if I want to go get an iPhone, I'm probably going to have to spend, I mean, depends on what iPhone I get, but the iPhone that I currently have right now, the 15 Max, I paid $1,300 for it. And I don't know why the hell I did that. That was still so stupid. At the time, I just had a little bit extra capital, and I was just wasting on stuff.
Well, at the time, you actually needed a phone.
Nah, I didn't actually. I didn't actually. I had one already. I literally got a second phone.
Oh, I thought you said, are you talking about when you were in Japan?
Yeah, like right before I started teaching, like 2-3 months before I started teaching on my own account with my own community, I had the iPhone 13, and then I got the 15 on October. And yeah, it was October. I got the 15, and then yeah, that was pretty much it. That was the last thing I ever did. That was the last thing I bought. Completely the last thing. I never bought nothing else after that. Because it's just all unnecessary. Like, I remember when I was younger, I used to want a crazy nice computer. Right? So I could play all these video games. I get a little bit older. I get a crazy computer. And now I don't even want to play those games no more. So I'm just like, damn. It's all just worthless, all this stuff. That's why I don't work on my setup no more. I don't buy more monitors, or I don't buy a new desk, and it's just all useless. As long as you got a good computer with 1 or 2 screens and a single phone, you don't need to buy a single extra thing at all. You could just keep your expenses real low. And if the Android tablets are that cheap, that is ridiculous. I'll probably try to find an Android tablet that has a SIM card, and then I'll probably link it to the Discord so people could buy that stuff. Because I have PCs on the Discord, but I should be telling you more stuff to buy, more ways to go about just getting things done.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that he got rid of the SIM cards. That really pissed me off. That really pissed me off.
I don't even want to be on social media. I just want to disappear from all this stuff. I don't even have nothing on social media anyways. I deleted everything. So, it's whatever. It's just wasting my time looking at this stuff. I should be outside, going for a little hike, a little jog. That's the thing is, when you're trading, you get very stuck. I don't know if you guys noticed that. If you're not doing a bunch of other things, and you're not getting, you know, other charts done, like right now, we're just talking right now. We're not really doing much. And that's usually a consistent thing when you're trading stocks. So, I think right now what we're going to do, everybody, is I'm going to take a quick little break real quick. I'm going to go grab something to eat, because I got to start eating more. I'm not eating enough. And after that, I'm going to go for a little walk around. And then we'll come back. You said tacos? Honestly, tacos right now, that sounds wavy. That sounds really good right now. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Remember, we're still holding the calls. The max amount of percentage that we went up today was 300. If this could run up to 334 today, we could probably end up selling these contracts out at around like $100 from $2. Mixed fruit? Nah, culinary, you're right. You know what's the last time I ate fruit? Yo, I haven't ate fruit in months, years probably. I used to eat like pineapples and mangoes every single day. And then I just stopped everything. Once I was not able to drive no more. Because I sold my car. So I was like, I can't go to these, like the fruit markets. Or like they have the really good ones. Everything around me is kind of trash. That's also something else I plan on fixing, everybody. I gotta fix myself. I gotta make myself have more reasons to have fun. And what I mean by that is simply driving. I love driving. I gotta get a car. It has to happen. I already figured some stuff out, so I'm gonna probably do it under my LLC because it's cheaper. If I do it under my name, again, I have no accidents or nothing like that, but because I'm so young still, they're trying to charge me around $2,000, $2,400 for my insurance per month. Per month. Not every 6 months, per month. So that is a ridiculous amount of money. Especially because I'm going to finance the car. Just so I could build up credit. So that's already right there like $3,000. Probably. Somewhere around there. So yeah. So if you guys don't have a car, and you guys are trying to get a car too, let's bump heads together. Let's make a plan. And yeah. Let's do this. Let's get our cars together. Same day. We'll buy out the whole dealership. If you guys are down for that, I'll literally wait for you guys. I wouldn't mind that. As long as you guys are, you know, wanting to do that, though. I don't want to force you guys to do something you don't want or you don't need. Remember, the only thing I said I like is cars. That's the only thing I like. I don't like clothes. I don't like vacations. I like too. So cars and vacations is some of the materialistic stuff that I like. Got to highlight it because when you have an extra 300K, 400K, I'm telling you, your brain starts spinning around in circles because you don't know what to put money in. Oh, I had to pay taxes. Oh, what if I buy this car? I still have to pay taxes on that car. What if I had to do, you know, financing? What if I got to pay insurance? What if I got to pay for this? Or your money is going to empty so quick, it's not even funny. So You got to just keep overhead low. Keep costs of everything low until you're able to actually do all this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Probably next month I'll probably be able to do it. I'll probably be able to get the car, get the apartment, get a good car with good MPG for a while. No, yeah. That's completely right. I don't know how much the car I'm going to get is. I don't even know what it is, actually. Wait, let me check. Usually, I'm not going to lie to you, I'll be driving in eco mode. Like, I'm the weirdest driver, I feel like, in the world. Sometimes I'm literally trying to drive like an NPC, like a GTA NPC, to try to conserve like the most amount of gas so that my MPG could just go up. Like, it would be a game to me when I used to do Uber Eats. I used to hit in the Toyota that I had. I was hitting like 46 MPG with eco mode on. You guys already know I'm going to show you the car. Because this car was so badass, I'm not going to lie. I used to have a bunch of people talking mad garbage about it. Especially people in Mustangs for some reason. It was so random. But not, yeah, I used to just let it go. I don't really look at people when they talk like that and talk in a certain way. Yeah, it's just stupid. But yeah, look how nice this car was. It was beautiful. I, in fact, might buy it again, honestly. I might just buy this car again. The only thing I didn't like was that I had the two-wheel drive variation of it. So I had the front-wheel drive version of it. I think the next year, right after mine, they released the four-wheel drive. And that one's pretty nice because it has like an updated screen. But the car looks beautiful. If you guys ever want a car, 307 horsepower, I think, 310. The car is like glued to the ground whenever I would drive it. Now, yeah, it's a pretty good car if you guys want something like this. I think it only costs $32,000 for sale. So yeah, it costs $27,000 to like $33,000. They honestly do hold their value. So they're not bad when it comes to holding their value either. Like when I sold my car, the car market was up. And I managed to actually sell my car for almost no loss. The only loss I had on my car was for service because I paid $2,000. Don't ask me why I did that. I'm so stupid. But I just wanted to have all the papers come from Toyota. But I paid like $2,000 for front and back brakes with rotors. The service was like $800, $900, but everything else was like $1,300 for all the parts. That was probably the most ridiculous thing I did, and I did that I think twice. So I paid $4,000 for that. I bought the car for around $33,000. My APR was crazy high. It was like 29 APR. So the actual price after interest for 7 years, because I got a 7-year finance, was gonna be $15,000 extra. It was the stupidest thing I've ever did. That's why I sold the car, because I was locked into something that was, I was paying like BMW prices basically. So yeah, I was just like, I might as well just go get a BMW or something. But yeah, that was pretty much why I sold it. But if you can get this for a low APR, low interest, you're gonna be paying a low interest rate, then hell yeah, by far, you're gonna love this car. And yeah, I wouldn't buy nothing else around this price range. If you're gonna get something that's like the same power, the same speed, I would get an Infinity. But Infinities, people tend to not take care of them. Like all Infinities are like rundown for the most part. But like if I didn't get this, I would probably get an Infinity because it's around the same horsepower, sounds good, got enough space in it. What else you got? I think that's it. What do you think, Culinary? The Acuras, how are the new ones? TLX, Acura
yeah,
TLX.
I love it. New ones.
272 horsepower, but does it have a turbo? Yeah, it's turbocharged. The S variant boosted up to 355. That's pretty good. But how much does it cost for this? Yeah, the Type S. I'll probably get a Type S if I had to get Acura, or if not, like a really old school.
Don't get a new one.
I heard they have a problem. Like, is it true they have a lot of problems? I don't know why. I remember hearing something like that.
Yeah, the newer ones, yeah.
I mean, what other cars are there? There are like realistic cars that we could buy.
If you're gonna get Acura, go older.
So like what's the older model again? I forgot the older models.
Anywhere from 2004 and up, it doesn't matter.
Let me see.
They don't have problems.
Acura 2004.
I mean, I wouldn't get something that
TL.
low. No, I can't say that.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty cheap. No, yeah. Resale value of
gotta use it.
$4,000. That's not bad. I would want to get something like, let me see. I don't know what I want. That's the thing is, I don't really care what car I get. Honestly, as long as it looks nice to me. I don't know. I like the BMW, but the M5s, they're just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, it's just like a crazy price, but they look. I mean, let's be honest here. It looks the same shit as like a 3 Series. They all look the same thing. Even the M8s, they all look the same.
No.
The M8s.
Stop it.
The M8s,
Stop
no. The M8s, no. They're a little better. They're unique in its own way, just because of the body style. But like M5s and M3s and M4s, I don't like it because the shit just all looks the same. Even the new ones, like the new M4s, that big ass grill, I don't really like it that much. They updated it.
I mean, the only real difference is the body. Like it's the M3 is a smaller body. The M5 is a wider body.
Yeah. This,
That's
in my
pretty
opinion,
much, I mean, obviously the engine, but
this, in my opinion, is one of the best looking BMWs I've ever seen. The M2, the new one that came out.
yeah.
Bro, I saw one of those right by me, like the other day, like a baby blue one, and I was like, yo, this thing looks... Just look at that.
Picture that purple one.
Yeah. Yeah, like, see, this is nice. This is really nice. I also, you know what other car I wanted, but it's still very expensive. It's just stupid. Is the E63. Like a 2016 E63, where it still has like the W20 whatever the hell you call it type of engine. That thing is the most insane engine I've ever heard. Like it screams like almost like a V10, and I think it's a V6. I could be wrong. It might not actually. It might be a V8. Let me see. E63, and then we'll go back to the charts after this. E63S. E63S, and then I would put. What would I put? E63. I guess that's really it. Just AMG. E63 AMG. And then I would put like 2016. 2016. I think it's these. These right here. Oh yeah, I would black it out. Oh, you see like this. Oh, this right here. Oh my goodness. That looks so good. That's crazy. Nah, yeah, I just love to look at this. All blacked out. Crazy windows. With a body kit on maybe. Yeah, this thing would be crazy. Let me show you the black one. There's usually a black one that I always look at whenever I show people this car. Let me see if it's here real quick. It might be the 2018 version that I'm talking about. Let me see, 2018. Let me see where it's at. look at this right here. Like, that thing just looks so badass. The only problem is I feel like everybody that has Mercedes, they always end up getting into accidents with them. Especially if it's fast. I don't know why, actually. I mean, they're probably just terrible drivers. Of course. But, yeah, that's like the one thing. BMW is worse, I believe. BMW is more accidents. That's the reason why the insurance for BMWs is so high, by the way. Because there's more accidents per BMW that they release compared to all other brands. Like this right here, I can't. I definitely got to have this at least one time. I think it costs like... How much does it cost right now? Like what? Like 40,000, I think? Not interested. Yeah, like 40 to 80,000. Let me see. Does this have my address? We'll go look in Car Gurus for a second. Let me just copy a zip code from Florida. Update it. And that's pretty much it. We can look at some of the prices now. So go to low to high. And like this is badass. Like this is really badass. Right here. There we go. Look at that. Look at that thing right there. And then the interior, the lighting. Yeah, it's just amazing. I love how BMW actually started to incorporate a lot of the lighting, and a lot of other car companies, they started doing it as well. They have like really good interior lighting. But then again, I wouldn't want something that's hit. So let's go to right here. No accidents or damage. The cheapest one is 90,000 miles. That's terrible. I would buy a car like 60K max. So at least I have like 2 years with it. 3 years before I have to get rid of it. Yeah, this is not bad. 47,000. It's just, would I spend this much for this? Or would I get a BMW? 100% I'm getting the BMW. Because the BMW... Like, how much horsepower does this have? Let me actually check. How much horsepower do you got? Can you show me? I think it's like... is it right here? All-wheel drive, 8-cylinder. Yeah, I don't think it really tells us here. But the BMW, this is the BMW I would get right here. Mercedes, let's go to BMW. It's literally half the price. Go to 5 Series. And then go to 5 Series and then go down here. Trim. Go to 550i. Because it's the same engine as the M5 engine. It's just it's not tuned as much. Of course, you're missing suspension and it's not the same, really. No matter how much you try to make it the same, it's not really going to be the same as like this right here. Look at how nice these look. Let's go to low to high. Look at this. 18,000, 19,000. That is pretty good. The mileage is ridiculous. Let's change the mileage real quick. Let's see this. I basically do this, by the way, every month so I could see if the car market's dropping. And let me tell y'all, this thing is collapsing out the sky right now. That's why I also think that we can invest into Carvana. Actually, let's go look at their stock real quick. Carvana. CVNA. This is one of my greatest mistakes I've ever had in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to me loud and clear. This is one of the companies that I basically made the greatest mistake on. I could have been purchasing this company for $4 or $5 down here, and right now you're at $400. So I'm very open with this because this is the one time I ever advised one of my friends in real life to not buy something. And it was probably 2023? Yeah. Like 2022 around here. And yeah, they didn't buy because of me. And look at where this company's at now. I did give them a few other trades, of course, with Tesla, and they made profit, but it's not as grand as this would have been and as easy as this would have been because they were just holding it. They weren't really trading back and forth. They were kind of like long-term holding stuff. So yeah, I always talk about that. Always bring it up because it's just like, But the simple fact that you're at King's Point right now, I could see this collapsing right back down. I'm not going to lie to you. A CTSV? Oh, I would definitely get a Cadillac. That's what the CTSVs are, right? They're the Cadillacs. Oh, I would get a Cadillac. Those things look crazy. They look crazy. They sound crazy. Yeah. But yeah, the price on this is not terrible, you know. The only problem is the insurance is ridiculous. Let's look at a Cadillac. Is it a Cadillac? I think it's a Cadillac. Pretty sure it is. Yeah. CT. Yeah, there you go. CTS. Like this type of Cadillac, nah. I'll be honest with you, I don't like this. No, not that. Let me see. CTS 6. Not bad. It's better. About 5. Nah. Is there another model? Older models? ATS? No. CT4? Yeah, this is not bad either. CT4, is that the one? I don't think it is. Where's the... let me look at the CTS again. And then you know what we should do? Let's look at the year. And let's change it to like 2018. That might be the problem. Is it going to change the year again? No? Perfect. 2026. 2016. Like this looks really nice. CTS 5 Sport. That color combo is almost perfect. Yeah, this is not bad, honestly. It's not bad at all. How much it costs? 32K, 66,000 miles, all-wheel drive. I wanted an Audi, but I don't want to pay Audi prices. That's I do not want to have a problem with an Audi. It's like the simplest of problems with an Audi. Boom. You got to pay like 2,000-3,000 for the service. Because most of the work, it's like they require the engine to be pulled out for like a starter. I think even for the alternator. And yeah, that's a lot of money, you know. That's the reason why I don't like Audis. But I think some of them are really good. Like some of them you don't like the way that it's made. I think they were thinking a little bit better. But yeah, I don't know yet. If I had to get an Audi, I'll get this one here though. I'll tell you this much. Audi, go here. RS7. I'll get an RS7 or the probably like a RS4. No, RS5. RS5 or RS7. Yeah, like this thing looks crazy. Look at this. Coiner, you think this is like a... Or anybody else here in the chat? I'm not too sure if anybody else is here. Do you think this looks like more of a female car? Like a car for a female? Because Mercedes is definitely the case. Looks like a mom car. But with this, I mean, I don't know. It's like in between. What do you guys think? I'm not saying that it matters, right? I'm just saying. The curves, the lines, everything about it. It's like, do you think this would be something like your mom would drive, your sister would drive, your grandma would drive? Or do you think, nah? For me, 100%. You guys already know. Anybody here would probably love to drive something like that. I've never been able to have an Audi just because of how, the cost of it. I've had a BMW. I've had a Infiniti, Toyota, Honda. 2 Hondas actually. 1 Toyota, 1 Infiniti, 1 BMW. I think that's it. Right? The manual ones. There you go. Is this manual? Nah, that's not manual. Unless they got a sequential in that. Yo, I would love to have a car and put a sequential in it. Just like how you're trying to do for your Audi. Not your Audi, your Acura. Culinary. Putting a sequential gearbox in that. I know it costs a crazy amount of money. It's probably like 10,000, 15K, I think. Probably like seven.
I'm doing that.
You're doing that, right?
No.
Like that's
No. Yeah.
That's badass, bro.
A sequential gearbox is basically an automatic gearbox with extra steps.
I could see that.
Like all you're doing is going front to back. That's it.
Yeah.
But when you go from front to back to front, and it's a different order. It's a different feeling.
Does it? I feel like it gives you the feel of a manual, right? But at the same time, it's so raw. The way it sounds, the way you shift, the way it just sounds crazy. Like
it's
that.
It's just for fast shifting. Is it?
So he has 3.6 17 ATS, 3.6 makes 334 horsepower stock with an 8-speed auto. The 6.2 made 496 wheel horsepower, but the V2 is supercharged. Yeah, I would. That's also another thing. Nah, yeah. You know, that's how it is, I feel like, with men. You know, a lot of us spend so much of our money on stupid shit. So it's like, when you actually spend money on something that you like, I feel like, yeah, you love when people talk about your car. Oh, hell yeah. Like, if I build a car, I'll feel happy all the time when people say good stuff about it. Because that was a lot of work to do that. So, no, that's awesome, bro. Tell him, you gotta tell him, we gotta set up the, oh, he has a YouTube too? I follow his YouTube. That's where he be building stuff? Yeah, that's awesome. I'll follow his YouTube. I like watching people mess with cars. He had a cop car. Yeah, that thing be getting me tight. People who drive around those damn cars with the damn lights on them. Like, it looks just like a damn undercover cop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I was supposed to leave like 2 hours ago. We accidentally stayed here. And it's already about to be 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So, what we're going to do here is we're still waiting for SPY to run up higher. We bought calls at the beginning of the day. And then when you ran up to reversal point number 2 and 3, we threw in $5 for a cheap put just in case it fell out the sky. And our goal is to basically sell these contracts for 1,000 to 10,000% if you manage to run up to number 5, 6, or 7. That's pretty much the game plan for today. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll try again tomorrow. We're going to test these accounts with a very low amount of money. Because I want to see if I could just take a $5 account back to $100. Well, then now I don't need to put $100 into my app. Keeping costs low. Keeping that overhead low, ladies and gentlemen. That's the best way to learn here. Truly. SPY still running up here to... Yeah, so it's getting stuck there a little bit. You hit that level. What did you hit last time? You hit almost the midpoint here. Then you hit the quarter point. You hit the top point last time. Yeah, you'll probably run to the top here. You'll probably run all the way up to 632. And then once we get above that, our goal is going to be 634. Pretty much how my line is directing you to trade here. Just make sure you follow it. So like right now we're in the midst of running up to the top. So you would wait a couple more days, maybe like 3 days, 2 days. Unless this happens today. And then we would buy some puts up here at 636 and 634 everybody here is going to buy some puts for that level. Second we reach it, you're only going to spend maybe $50 to like $200. Make sure it's at least a month out. And yeah, just rock out. Once it actually falls back down to this bottom point and you're up like 100, 200%, just tap out. Wait for the market to hold and then go long again down here. But I'm probably going to have you guys go long down at this level right here. I have it marked on my other chart. So yeah, right here. Once we actually fall back down to this bottom area, that's where you're going to buy calls 1 to 12 months out for a $30, $80, or $195 run up on the SPY. And it's so funny, but I'm pretty sure you all see that it hit it a couple days ago and literally just ran up into the sky. I wanted it to go down lower, truthfully. That's why I didn't have you guys buy the calls. But it did work, which is wild to me. Like it ran above it, fell down to it, right there, which is pretty much 1 to 12 month calls, and then just started running right into the sky. That's around like a $15, $14 run up right there. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, we're probably gonna buy this maybe somewhere at 614. I'll probably have you guys buy into SPY again for the long term, while we're still holding our puts for December, January, September. We'll buy some calls down here, and then once you get a little bit higher than here, everybody, this is when you're gonna buy the puts around here. So you're buying puts around here. Let me make it red, and you're basically playing for that green circle right there. Very simple. Now, how do I know this? We're simply using trends from the previous years. That's why I knew that this area right here was 1 to 12 month puts. That's why I told everybody to keep buying puts here, up here, throughout all of this price action here, even over here. We kept getting into the puts, and this is actually how I made the most money I've ever made in one trade. I went from around $5 this night right here. Where was it? Yeah, so I had around a $30 investment. We bought it somewhere right around here, you could say, like on Thursday or Friday. And then we just held it. I think we went up probably like 30% at one point, but it was just value getting killed because of how slow you were moving. And then the next day you opened up at 593 all the way from 608. So this is like right before I went to Hawaii the last time. I went to Hawaii basically right here. This is where I left. This day right here. And yes, when I was on the plane, I was literally making money with this drop as well, because Friday. Every Friday you were just basically falling out the sky. So because of that pattern, we had made money here, here, and here. And it was so crazy because, again, that's the 1 to 12 month put area. So of course, a little bit above it. See how you didn't hit it here? You hit only 613, but you didn't get into the call area. I feel like that was intentional. That's why now you're running above here. You smacked into the top of it. Now you run up higher. Now we could probably see this fall down to 613, 612. We buy 1 to 12 month calls. If it continues to fall out the sky because of news or pressure or whatever it is, we're just going to still hold those puts until you fall down to like 590, 580, somewhere down here. And that's pretty much it. That's all we really have to do here. For now, it's just a waiting game, though. Of course, gotta wait for this to hit the top levels and then wait for this to sell off. That's usually the part that makes people the most impatient and that makes people the most stressed out, because everybody's just like, move, just pick a direction already. You know what I mean? And it's usually when you're in the midst of actually changing your greater direction. That's when people get stressed out the most. So don't get stressed out. Remember, you know all the levels to look out for. 634, you're going to play puts. You're going to average down at 636. 644, you're going to buy more puts. 646, you're going to average down. 666, you're going to buy more puts. Or 664. And then 666, you would average down. And then once it gets above the 6, you play calls to the next one. So that means, like, let's just say, like, boom. Like, right here, we're stuck at 631, right, everybody? Well, here's the thing. The way the psychology of this market works is 1, 4, 8, 9. If you're above the 8, which is where we opened up today perfectly, you're going to run to the 9. If you get above the 9 and you hold properly, you're going to run to the next 1. If you get above 1, you're going to run to the next 4. Usually the 4s and the 6s are what crash you. How do I know that? Well, if we go to one of our charts here, something more clean, I guess. Let's go down. Like right here. I mean, this is not really clean, but I'll hide everything for a second. When the market tanks here, what number is this, everybody? 626. When the market runs up to here and it tanks, it touches the 627s, 628s, but it still tanks right back down, and you're still hitting another 8. So you see how when it tanks out the sky here, you're basically at 628. When you fall down, what number you hit? 618. So it's like very similar for some reason. Go to the left a little bit more. When the market ran up here and it fell, 606. So remember, you fell from 626 already. You fell from 606 already. Keep going to the left. Look at this peak here, 598. Look at this one here, 596, right? 6, very important. Look at the bottom here. Where is it at? What number? 73, almost 74 and 72. Actually, almost 72, you could say. Right? Kind of peaks at that level. Up here, peaks at 598. Down here, what does it touch? The same thing, 583. So it's hitting a 3 again. 3 here. You're hitting a 3 here. What are you hitting here? A 1. What are you hitting here? A 4. What about down here? A 1. So it's a very consistent thing. Even when you ran up here during the tariff news, you fell from 576. You then fell down to here and held at 546. And then you ran up again. And basically, yeah, it's right by 569, 570. And again, when I look at stuff like this, I tend to look at what the price action was, because if it's very dramatic like this is right here, that's probably the reason why you didn't hit a proper number, which is like a 1, 4, 8, and 9. It was just probably because you were too dramatic. Look at the bottom down here. Where do you hold, everybody? A 1, 481. Then when you run up, what number are you running up to before you actually crash? You kind of crash here, but let's just more so speak about this day. And it's right next to 526. Look up here, 546 you crash. Look down here, 509 you hold. So you guys get the point. It's always these numbers, like 90% of the time, 80% of the time. 1489, 1489, 1489. Make sure you burn it into your memory. That's basically the reason why I'm timing the market so well. Because I'm using psychological numbers. So when we first run into these levels, like 626, I told everybody puts. Just simply due to the fact that you're at a 6. It's just you didn't crash that much, so it was kind of bittersweet. But at the same time, you fell exactly how we wanted you to fall, which was to 618. Like when I had everybody buy puts up here, I told them 619, 618 puts, get it 5-10 days out, and just wait. And it happened the next day, literally. And then once you hit that low, you just go long again, 5 days out. Boom. Now you're at the same high. And you can go short because you're at the highs. One more time, which we did do it here. Open up down here. And at that point, you would then wait. You wouldn't be buying nothing more unless you're at a high, like up here. Or you're at a low, which is like down here. So you see how crazy this is? It's only until you get this low here, where it's near a previous low, where you actually then decide to run upwards. So as long as you guys are trading ranges, it's something else that just adds on top. Then you now mix in the fact that all markets shift every 7 to 14 days. So like today, for instance, is the 21st, right? I could literally see tomorrow crashing out the sky because today's the 21st. It's the 3rd week perfectly. So that means tomorrow, which is the 22nd, this market's most likely going to snap or choose a direction, whether it's to go up higher or to crash. It depends. You know, news, politics, all that nonsense. We'll probably be able to figure it out the day before, which is like right around the closing of today. I could probably be able to tell you if tomorrow's going to crash. But we just need a little bit more time just so I can see all the price action that develops today. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I'm telling you guys. Buy puts at 634, and then you're going to average down at 636 for like a $2-3 drop And you're going to be able to sell these contracts for at least 100 to 80%. And then again, you're going to do it at the 640s. Then again, you're going to do it at the 650s. That's actually why I have this chart right here. Because I want to show you guys how we're basically able to just predict where the market's going to go and fall just from psychological levels. Give me 1 second. I have no idea where I put it. Where did it go? Here? No. Here? No. 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 It's probably my other charts. Let me see. Maybe this one? No. No. Actually, no. This is one of them. Yeah, this is one of them. So I have puts to buy. These are like weekly and monthly puts though, so it's not really the same thing, I guess. Let's not even compare it. I swear I was fixing it not too long ago with you guys. Where did you go? Let's go look at the last chart, which is this one here. Oh, it's probably here. Let me see. I think I probably went over it already. I probably just skipped it. Let's go real quickly and try to look at everything again, just so I can make sure that I didn't skip it. Just give me 1 second, everybody. No, not this one. Not this one. I mean, yeah, this is one of them, but this is not the same chart that I'm looking for. It's actually all pink. No, not this one either. So, okay, so this chart is done. We looked at them. This chart is also done. We looked at this as well. I think I remember what chart it was. Let me see. It should be all-time DARP version 1, which is on these charts here. So I think I did skip over it. Is it chart 3? Ah, yes it is. Chart number 3. All right, everybody. So look at all the arrows that I have here that are pink. That tell you to buy puts. So 626, 627. Next one's at 631. The next one's at 634, 638, 641, 644, 648. You get the idea. And it works every single time. It might not work like a crazy amount. Like, let's say if this time I get 1,000%, next time I might only get like 100%. You know, it's not going to be the same percent every single time. The trades are usually not the same, but you can get something that's kind of similar, kind of rhymes with the last one, right? That should be your goal here at least. And this is the way that you could format it, just like this. We also have the targets down here when you fall. So when you fall down to 617, 618, because you already held here before, you might go a little bit lower than it and still hold. If you fall through it, straight down to 610, where then I have my other stuff to the left side that shows you what we're waiting for. So like all these circles right here, I could basically move them to the right side just so you could see. These are all the areas that the market's pretty much just going to pay attention to. We can actually duplicate it right now. Why not? Let's get some hard work done here. Okay, so that's around the same area, just like that. Let's go ahead and group this into a folder. Just like that. And yeah, that's pretty much all our buys and sells here. Meaning once it falls below 607, most likely you're going to fall to 590, honestly. And once you fall to 580 and you get below this, most likely you're going to crash out the sky. And go to like one of these crazier lows down here. So you're playing this like a puzzle. You have your first sets of puts. They're going to expire for like somewhere down here. 617, 618. You have another set that's for 590, maybe low 600s. And then your last set is going to be for 580. You could also buy stuff for 550, but it's only up to you guys. Because those trends are a little bit more aggressive. So, of course, I'm going to be always buying stuff that far out. But yeah, just be very careful. Be very careful. And again, the reason why I do that is because if I have a $100 account and I bring it to 400, and then I basically take 200 and I dump it into a long-term play, it's impossible for me to lose that money now. Of course, if everything fails, that could be the case, but because I have the other $200, by the time my long-term option fails, because I'm playing a little bit safer with the small term, because think about it, you have a long-term option. You don't really got to go too crazy putting all your money down. Now you have to wait. So what happens and what occurs is it allows a person to actually trade better psychologically, because you're not really going kind of too aggressive with it. Like the learning process is kind of streamlined and it flows. And that's really all you guys got to do here. You just got to streamline the process of learning. Have everything on the screen kind of like how I do it. Sometimes it's a little bit chaotic and it's a little bit all over the place. I agree with you guys. It could look better. But when you're making something, the first couple weeks, the first couple days, it's going to look completely garbage. And then eventually you get a chart that looks something like this here, where because of the new trends, it becomes a little bit, chaotic. But then look at this right here. It shows you all the levels for SPY from 300 all the way to $800, just from using the past trends, right? So that's like one variation of, drawing stuff. This is like a much more simpler kind of like weekly drawing here. It's just the flow chart. And then I'll have like another idea here from like a different point. And I know it's a lot of stuff, but the point that I'm trying to make here is that if you just do this day by day, within a month or 2 months, as long as you were working on it every single day, your charts will become ridiculous. Exactly like how some of our charts are now. Like look at this chart right here, for instance, everybody. You ready for this? I think I fixed it. Let me make sure. I might have not fixed it. There you go. So look at that. With me having just the information from here to here, I was able to just copy and paste everything. I did the laziest thing in the world, honestly. I just copied and pasted it, but it's only because it works. I just like making things simple, So like right here, this says 637 is an important area to play calls to, right? So what I would do is I would chop up 637 in the next important point, which is 629, and then my strike price would probably be in the middle, which is 633, which is kind of cool because I would also get puts at that midpoint, which is also the 132 point, as you all can see. You kind of like fractionalize the whole entire grid. And yeah, we have so many charts. I could keep speaking about my charts for the next 5, 6, 10 days. The point that I want you guys to understand is that as long as you could slowly work on your charts day by day, you don't got to stress yourselves out, but just work on it a little bit here and there. Hop onto the Discord with me at nighttime where I'm fixing my charts, because I'm here every single day, nonstop, 24/7. Even when I'm not here and I'm going for a walk, I'm having one-on-ones with people. This does not stop. Ever. So just make sure you're voicing your need for help, and I'll always be there for you. Every single one of you. Because that's what I believe in. Even if conversations become bitter, even if conversations escalate, I don't raise my voice at not a single person in this Discord. So, yeah, this is perfect, It's a nice environment. I just need you guys to ask for help whenever you need it. And remember, make it a streamlined, easy process that flows. That's the only thing you got to think about. Truly. It has to flow. Right now, since I'm updating all 70 charts, they look a little chaotic, honestly. They're not as good as they did look before. Some of them look really good, like this one here. It's pretty simple. Or actually, you know which one I'll show you? This one right here. This is one of my favorite ones. I purposely don't touch this one a lot because I just love the way it looks. Look at this right here. Look how perfect the text is like laid out. You have your yearly buys here. You have your monthly here. You got your daily and your weekly here. And yeah, just pretty much copied it on top of itself. So now this is going to last all the way to 720. And then, of course, because I'm a little lazy, because being lazy is actually, it's a recipe for being successful if you actually understand it, because you tend to cut corners. Sometimes the corners that you cut end up being your greatest enemy. Sometimes they end up teaching you how to advance stuff and get to the next level much quicker. That's how it worked for me, at least. I would get to the next level much faster and much quicker when I would be a little lazy and I would try to cut corners and stuff. And yeah, now look at this. You take all this stuff right here, all this goodness, put it right on top like that. I'm going to delete it, but now you would basically have all your charts and all your levels done for up to $900, $970 on SPY. Just like that. Meaning for the next 5 years, you literally don't need to chart no more. Once I got to that level with charting, I was just like, finally, I could breathe. Finally, there's an end to the tunnel. I finally see the light. And yeah, that's all it is. It's just you being able to do charts very easy, very quickly. And it worked for 5-10 years. You know, that's all you had to be focused with. So this chart, for instance, it took me probably like 6 months to get it to this point. Of course, I was working on all charts at the same time, that's the crazy part, is I was working on all 70 charts for the past 2 years every single week. So yeah, like the normal progression system that I have now for my charts, it's reached a point where I can't really do much more. I already pretty much almost finished the whole entire S&P 500. Once I do the NASDAQ, which is 3,000 companies, remember, doing the charting myself by hand, not with a bot. Once I finish the NASDAQ, because the Dow Jones is only 30 companies, we're going to then shift instantly, because I'm already done with futures, I'm done with crypto, we already did all the charts for everything. And yeah, after we do that, we're going to be done. So we're not going to be live streaming as much. We're not going to be doing as much. We're going to have everything be more streamlined with the Discord, because I'm going to have other things I got to take care of in life later on. But yeah, I think it should be around that point. Maybe around towards the end of this year. Once we hit like 100 to 1,000 students again, I'm probably going to take a slow, I'll probably slow everything down, honestly, and just have other people be able to build and pay them, basically. Just give them like 60% of whatever the Discord makes. Take a small little percentage and just keep it moving. Because like I told you guys, what is the need to have all this money? It doesn't really do nothing for you. It does not do a single thing for you. So the simple fact that I can give that up for the opportunity to have more people helping, it should be able to push this business further in theory and much quicker. And that's what I want. I want to create this type of community where we're pushing together nonstop. You're growing with me. You're helping me grow. I'm helping you grow. Everybody's kind of, helping each other here. And that's really it. That's all life should be. Not people trying to one-up each other and try to do each other dirty. And there's no point for that. It's just nonsense. So, yeah. We're definitely going to get to that level. Definitely going to get to that level within the next couple weeks here, in a couple months. Especially if I keep talking like this every single day and I keep remaining attentive. I keep remaining on top of my game. I don't get depressed and sad and I stop talking all the time. As long as that doesn't happen anymore, which I don't feel like it should happen, but sometimes it happens to the best of us. But yeah, just stopping that stuff from happening. That's my downfall, honestly. That's the reason why I can't grow this community, is because I get really lazy. Once I see one person do something that's bad, kind of makes me blow up on the inside. And yeah, it just kept holding me back. Now that I can actually see all the problems and see how it wasn't in my best interest to pay attention to certain things, yeah, we're fixing everything now. This is like the fixing stage. And then after this, it's going to be the teaching stage. And then after that, it's going to be the growing stage. So yeah, by the end of this year, everybody here that's currently listening to my voice that is actually trying, and you can actually self-reflect upon your actions. If you truly are trying to do that, and you're not trying to play yourself, every single person here should be a millionaire. You should all have 100 to 200K by September. 1,000,000%. So again, start making your plans for that. FaceTime me or whatever you want to do, call me tonight. Anybody who's in the Discord, tell me what your plan is to getting to $1 million. Whenever you have an opportunity, if you can hear my voice right now, I'll text you guys eventually. But I want each of us to basically talk about what our goals are, so we can start helping each other. Because I got a lot of time on my hands, you know. It takes me 5 minutes to break down the whole entire day for SPY in terms of what trades to do, what trades to get in. And we could literally skip onto other things and help other people open businesses, open their LLC, start a YouTube channel. Maybe they want to start teaching right now. They want to start teaching people how to trade. As long as they're learning from me, they're going to be fine. I'll be able to create a teacher very quickly within a month. Maybe a couple weeks, a couple days if they're actually trying really, really hard. And yeah, this is an awesome opportunity that God has given me. Awesome. Awesome. Absolutely awesome opportunity. Like 99% of the people my age, they can't do this. And as well as I can. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that. So I hope I could use it to take you guys to the next level. Because eventually the only thing that holds a person back is their own commitment to themselves wanting to get to the next level. That's it. It's that person. So as long as I could somehow merge my own psychology in terms of how I did it for myself, like how do you make yourself want more? How do you make yourself actually want that car and actually want to buy your mom a house? How do you actually make yourself want to help the homeless? How do you actually make yourself really feel deeply motivated to change this or do that? You know what I mean? You can't force a person to do all that. So I would say that, yeah, as long as everybody here starts planning for that and we start perfecting a perfect plan for everybody, even if it's not the same categories, same topics, same opportunities, everybody's growing, everybody's eating, everybody's loving this community. There's nothing that beats that. So remember, everybody, I'm going to need my help as much as I'm going to need your help. I need everybody to try to grow together and try to build this up together. Just due to where my heart is, where my head is, where my intentions are, I could state them very openly, very quickly. And the second I don't perform the same actions and I'm doing something that's out of the ordinary, I expect people to bring it up. I expect people to bring it to my attention and to ask me, hey, if you're this type of person, why when the Discord started producing, or if it starts producing 50K, why were you only paying your teachers 5,000? You know what I mean? Of course, that's definitely going to happen to a certain degree, but not really with me, honestly. Not here. Because literally, if I'm making 20,000 that month and I have a teacher on my Discord, I'm 100% giving them like 12K. I'm giving them more than I'm making because I don't need to have all that capital. I'll just make it. And especially if the Discord's producing 10, 12, 15K, it's not that hard for you to take 10,000 and then just flip it to 1,000, 100K, and then 200, 300. It's not that hard. As long as your overhead is low, that's exactly the reason why I haven't bought a car, you see, or moved out. I'm keeping my overhead to like $1,000 or less a month until I can afford something that's, you know, really expensive. That's how I'm going about doing things. And I think you guys should take the same journey in your own way. Of course, don't be forced to do anything I'm telling you to do. But just understand it's very important if you don't plan stuff and sit down with yourself to think about it. Got to meditate for a little bit to see where your mind is. Because if not, you're just going to keep cycling between the same old story that the universe is trying to make you learn. And eventually you're going to get lost in the process of you trying to learn your lesson and you just never learn it. That's what started to happen to me the past couple weeks here. My lesson was that I was getting very emotional about people just randomly leaving the Discord when I was helping them so much. And I was literally making myself stay up to 2, 3, 4 a.m. talking to people, right? And they would just leave after a couple days. Take all that information, literally just run away, and that's it. So, of course, like I got very emotional about that, honestly. Now I'm not. Now I really don't care. I'll be honest with you. If you want to be next to me and you want to learn from me, I'll see you on the other side. Let's see if you're truly going to want this. That's the only thing I had to tell people now. Because, yeah, it's just pointless, you know. You got to control, or you got to do what you can with what you can do, right? There's no sense in trying to control something that you can't control. The same thing goes for everybody's investment journey here. There's no sense for you to be like, oh, I just need $1,000 and I'll be able to take my account from this to this, or oh, I just need this and that. You're always just going to say you need this and need that. That's the reason why I teach you guys how to trade with just $5, $10, $20. Because then that's truly me making up for any excuse that anybody can come up with. It's like me just trying to be there for them so much that I'm trying to create a system where even the most hard-headed people are able to actually see and learn. Because I myself am very hard-headed. I do not listen to a single person at all. I'll be the first person to tell you guys that. I don't listen to nobody. But it's only because of me being aggressive with the learning process. I'd literally just go figure it out myself. I'll go research stuff. I mean, if the people are in my Discord and I'm teaching them, I have no problem with hearing them out and listening to them and taking their guidance. Because obviously, a lot of the individuals here, they're very intelligent. Regardless of what fields they come from and what they do in terms of a job, a lot of people are very intelligent here. Very like-minded. And it's a beautiful opportunity to keep making everybody bump heads together so that we could just advance quicker. So I want you guys being able to just message in the chat, talk about all the problems, get kind of the conversation started, get it rolling, and boom. I'm going to take a little break now, everybody. I have no idea when I took that. Does it tell me what time I'm supposed to take this? Let me see. Three times a day for 10 days. Feels like I'm eating a damn horse pill. This is ridiculous. I have no time. I don't remember when I ate it, but I think I was talking about it live, so I'll just replay the video. I gotta eat another one in like 2 hours, 3 hours. I'll probably eat it at like 4 or 5. Alrighty. So, is there anything else for us to talk about, or can I go take my break now? I think I'll probably go take my break. Yeah, I'll go take my break now. I'm going to leave the screen on SPY. If this thing runs up to 634 and I'm not paying attention and I don't text you guys, make sure you spam me, please. We need each other here. So, just watch out. And if you guys need to speak to me right now, start calling me right now whenever you get a chance. Or text me, and I'll tell you if I'm on the phone with anybody. But yeah, text me, call me. Let's get the conversations rolling right now, right here. Let's do this.